exfoliating the dermis?
We're exfoliating the epidermis. So we're exfoliating
Epidermis?
our office. Yep, the epidermis, the top layer.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. I just wanted to make sure I wrote that down. Thank
Perfect.
you.
You're welcome. And I'm going to pull this up so that everyone can see it. If you would like to screenshot this, this is the simplified version of it. Obviously, in your book, there is a more detailed of what's in each layer, but this is the screen, the 3 layers of the skin, epidermis, the top layer. This is what I call our office because this is where I'm legally allowed to work. The dermis, that's the middle layer or the live layer, and then the hypodermis, the live layer of the skin as well. So hypodermis, dermis is where the skin is no longer alive, and then epidermis is where the skin is fully dead and ready to be shed off. That's the layer of the skin we see. The dermis is the layer of the skin where the actions of our hypodermis and our epidermis are cycling through, and then the hypodermis or subcutaneous layer is the bottom or the fatty layer. That's where change can take place in the skin. So in order for you to really see results, you've got to work all the way down through that hypodermis, which is what you would be doing in a medical esthetician or in a physician's office. Epidermis, top layer, our office. Dermis, middle layer, true skin. Hypodermis, live layer, the bottom or the fatty layer. Within each one of those layers, there are additional layers. So in the epidermis alone, there are 7 additional layers, depending on what part of the body you're talking about. If you have not already, I believe everyone here is a level 2, but if you have not already, when we do the layers of the skin, we'll get a little deeper into what each layer actually does and possesses. Any more questions about the layers of the skin? Perfect. Okay, so we've done the cleansing segment. The next segment is the exfoliation segment. This is where we're removing the top layer of dead skin. Essentially, this is where we're revealing new, clean, beautiful, soft skin. We are hoping to correct texture, tone, and congestion in the epidermis. From there, you have extractions, which is technically its own segment. I kind of like to join them with the exfoliation because I'm moving from exfoliation to extractions. But in the real world, extraction is its own segment and should be used accordingly. So when I say used accordingly, extraction may not necessarily come in a basic facial where you work. Here, extractions are included in a basic facial. You get about 5 minutes to do them, maybe 10, depending on the client and what other segments they need attention. But for the most part, cleansing segment, exfoliation segment, extraction segment. So you've got 3 segments in a facial so far. Let's keep going through the rest of them. You then have the massage segment. So let me get to it because it should be next. This is the massage segment. We have different type of massages that we can do. In the program, you're going to learn the 3 massage movements and a signature facial massage, but there are massage movements and techniques that you can do for anti-aging, for sinus issues, for invigorating the skin, for relaxing the skin. Massage, I know it says exfoliation, but this is the actual massage one. It's just messed up. Yeah, we don't have it. That is the massage one. The massage segment designed for relaxation. In our case, in the case of an advanced facial, you have anti-aging, anti-acne, relaxing the skin, invigorating the skin, sinus issues. After your massage segment, you have a mask segment. Does somebody have a question? I can pause. Okay. You have a mask segment, which is at this point, you are putting nourishment into the skin. So when I break the segments down in my mind, I think of the cleansing segment as preparation for the skin. I think of the exfoliation and the extraction segment as deep cleansing, renewing the skin, performing cellular turnover, basically getting all of the bad out as much as I can. The massage segment, in a basic facial is to relax, but it also can be for acne, anti-aging, revigorating, calming down the skin. And then when I move to the masked segment and beyond, all of these I consider nourishment. These are things that are going on the skin to actually create change based on the ingredients that are in the product for that particular client. So once I put on a mask, my goal is now nourishment. So the purpose of a mask is nourishment. Even if you are doing a mask that's good for acne, you are still putting product into the skin that's going to either draw out acne in the case of a clay mask, or push ingredients in like a salicylic, sulfur, depending on, what type of mask you're using, that will sanitize, sterilize, and help that acne to heal quicker. So you're cleaning the area. A mask segment is designed to nourish the skin for the client's benefit. From the mask, you have your final segment of a facial, which is deep treatment or dermal layering. Let's get to it. We already passed it. Any day there, buddy. Let's go. Okay, so we don't have one of these for deep treatment dermal layering, so we know we need to make one. I'm just gonna add that to this list here so we can go through it and make a step-by-step for deep treatment dermal layering. Give me one moment.
Oh, that sounds like I'm following what she's reading.
Perfect. Okay. So let's first go in through each of the step-by-steps for the full service, and then we can break it down a little bit more and do step-by-step by segment. Does anybody have any questions so far before we do that?
Miss Claire?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I have a question for the massage
Okay.
segment.
Okay.
Are we gonna use the type of movements depending on the massage, or we have to use the three, like effleurage, petrissage, and like the three basic ones? Like we have to use those three or just one, or it depends?
Okay, good question. So let's pull up the massage movements. There are 5 basic massage movements: effleurage, petrissage, tapotement, friction, and vibration. Those movements are the function, are the actual movement itself. So I can do effleurage like this, but I can also do effleurage like this. The movements are characterized by what it is that you're actually doing, right? So this is effleurage, rubbing, stroking, but this is also effleurage. Even though I'm using a different technique, I'm still doing effleurage. Same for petrissage. That's a pinching movement. Essentially, you're rolling the skin in beneath the fingers, lifting and pinching, lifting and pinching, but I can also do petrissage with knuckles, pulling the skin in together and releasing it. Tapotement is a tapping. You can really only tap, but I can tap this way, I can tap this way, I can tap this way like a hacking. And then you've got friction, any movement that creates friction in the skin, and then vibration, which creates vibration in the skin. So what you're saying is, do I have to use effleurage, petrissage, and tapotement only? No. You may have a massage, depending on the type of massage and the thing that you're trying to do. You may have a massage that includes only effleurage and petrissage. You may have a massage that includes only vibration. You may have a massage that is petrissage and friction. For the facial massage that we're going to show you, it is about relaxation. So it is going to include effleurage, petrissage, friction. It is a relaxation massage. But if I was doing a massage for lymphatic drainage to help clear the sinuses, I'm going to do more friction.
Oh,
where
got it. Yes.
Yes, I'm applying the pressure to the actual specific points to promote the client's sinuses to actually drain. Does that make more sense?
Yes, yes. Like if I'm doing an anti-aging, I will do specific movements.
Correct.
Okay, okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to pull this up as an example, right? This movement right here looks to be a friction movement. That looks to be a friction movement. You see how she's pushing down and then swiping up? Friction. Whereas this movement where she's going to use her knuckle would be petrissage. There's a type of movement, and then there's a movement that fits within that type of movement. This movement right here to the right of the screen, that's most likely an effleurage movement. When you're using a flat hand, it's typically a rubbing. So that's effleurage, that's friction, that's petrissage. But the movements itself is set. So effleurage is effleurage, but I can do effleurage many different ways. I can do petrissage many different ways. I can do tapotement many different ways. So the type of movements won't change. You'll always be doing effleurage, petrissage, tapotement, vibration, friction. But depending on what it is you're trying to simulate or stimulate for the client's skin is what movements you're going to actually do within those steps. So it's really going to depend on the client. In school, you're going to learn a basic massage, and it's just for relaxation. Any more questions on massage? Okay, so let's go through the actual step-by-step for the whole basic facial. We have the pre-service, preparing the client for the treatment room. The first thing that we're going to do is greet the client with a warm and professional manner and introduce ourselves. From there, we're going to discuss the client intake with the client. We're going to make sure that they are getting the service that we think they're supposed to be getting. So they booked for a basic facial. We've confirmed that they're getting a basic facial. We're going to ask about any concerns and set expectations for the service. What brings you in? What are you looking to achieve today? Are you in a time crunch? If we need to add or remove anything? Have you ever had this type of service done before? So on and so forth. Basic information so that you can set the expectation for the service. So discuss client intake. I'm going to edit this because it's out of order. After we've discussed the client intake, we're going to escort the client to the treatment room. I'm sorry, it says ensure. We're going to ensure that there are no contraindications for the service. Depending on the service that you're doing, I would make sure that I am not going too much into detail as far as the contraindications. So for the basic facial, I might say, just to do some quick contraindications, do you have any metal implants? Are you pregnant or lactating? Are you currently undergoing any cancer treatments? And do you have any allergies, right? I would feel comfortable asking those type of questions in a lobby area, as long as I'm away from other guests or service providers. You can make sure that there are no contraindications once you've taken the client to the private treatment room. If you're going to work for yourself, then it's all going to be private because it's your service. So we've greeted the client. We've discussed the intake. We are going to ensure there are no contraindications. And then from there, we're going to go ahead and escort the client to the treatment room. Once we've escorted the client to the treatment room, we're going to make sure that we inform them on where to place their personal items and ask them to remove all jewelry, piercings, anything that could indicate the service, like any metal implants or anything that may be uncomfortable or get in your way or their way. It says here, due to liability issues, do not handle jewelry. What I did when I worked, and I'm going to use this as an example. every client got some type of bucket or box. I would give this to the client before I left the room and say, go ahead and put all your jewelry in here, and then you can put this box with your clothing. That way they took it with them and they were able to take everything out and you didn't have to worry about it. I can't tell you how many times someone has left a wedding ring, a diamond necklace, things like that. Integrity is everything. So if that does happen, after your service, you should be doing a thorough clean. So make sure if that does happen that you reach out to the client right away and say, hey, I believe you left something. I would not tell the client what it is that I found, just in case, God forbid, it was another client. They can't come and claim it. So make sure that you're not handling, touching their jewelry and things like that. I would give them something to put it in. If they need help removing it, help them remove it and then have them place it in the container and then have them keep the container with their things. Once we've escorted the client to the room and we've given them the information on where their things are going to go, we are going to have the client disrobe. It's really important that you give the client thorough information. So you're making sure the client knows what to do. I like to pretend that my client knows absolutely nothing about the service that we are about to give them. They've never had a facial before. They've never had a wax, X, Y, or Z. So in this segment, I'm going to make sure that I provide the robe. I'm going to give the client whatever they need to change into. I'm going to explain while showing them what items may need to be removed or kept on. I'm going to show them how to put on the waffle robe. If I'm doing a bikini and I'm giving them the paper thong, I'm going to show them how to put on the paper thong. Obviously, I'm not going to undress. I'm going to do it over my clothing. And then I'm going to let them know where they can go to change. If they are staying in the room to change, I like to let them know that, hey, you're not going to do this now. I'm going to give you instructions and then I'm going to step out and allow you some privacy. Allow them the time to do the changing, knock before re-entering the room. I would let the client know, hey, I'm going to knock before I re-enter. Just give me a heads up that you're dressed and ready to go. So that was a lot of information. I'm going to demo how I would do that if I've got a client in front of me. So, hi, Miss Client. Thank you again for following me to the treatment room. Today, we're doing a basic facial for you. Because we're doing a basic facial, it is going to include the neck and décolleté. So what I'm going to need you to do when I step out of the room is I'm going to have you undress from the waist. I'm showing them my waist. You might not be able to see because I'm close, but from my waist up, I'm going to remove everything, including my bra. If you don't feel comfortable removing your bra, that's absolutely fine. Take those straps. I'm pulling my straps, pull them down and kind of tuck them under. This here is your waffle robe. Once you're undressed from the waist up, you're going to take that waffle robe, open it up, wrap it around yourself to where the Velcro sticks in the front, just like you would a toga party. Once you've done that, you can take your shoes off. I recommend leaving on your socks if you have them on. That way your toes are warm. If not, feel free to take off your socks and shoes. You can place them right here. When you're ready, you're going to get under this blanket and first sheet. And then you are going to have your head about right here where this towel ends, wherever you want their head to be. You're going to be face up, and then you can cover yourself with the blanket right up to where that toga stops. Do you have any questions for me? Excellent. If not, I'm going to step out and allow you an opportunity to do that. I'll knock before I re-enter the room. Just make sure you can hear me and let me know that you're clear to go. I'm going to step out, allow them to do their thing. While I'm gone, I am actually getting anything that I might have missed. That's the point in which I'm checking my phone before I go into service. I'm making sure it's silent. I'm making sure if I have water or whatever it is that I need, I've got it. If I didn't get it before they came, I'm going to go grab it now. I'm going to knock on the door. I like to pop it open just a little so I can hear them well, but not actually look in. So I knock, pop open. Miss Client, are you ready? They're going to give me a yes or no. I'm going to step in fully. If the client is not, the way they need to be, at that point, I'm going to allow them to make adjustments. If they are, I'm going to step in, make sure their bolster is under their knees. So we've got the bolster. We've stepped in, we're gonna place the bolster under the bottom sheet below their knees to relieve pressure on the lower back. If the client is face down, you can place the bolster at their ankles. So the client's face down, the bolster will go to the ankles. If the client is face up, the bolster is gonna go under the knees. It really does make a difference to relieve the stress of the client's back. If you wanna have the bolster on the table when they get on, that's fine. If not, you need to place the bolster under the sheet, adjust it, make sure they're comfortable, and then step to the head of the bed. From there, you're going to do the cover. So you're going to make sure that the second sheet and the blanket are across the décolleté. If you're working with a woman or anybody, if you're going to be working the décolleté for sure, I like to take another towel, and I'll pretend this is my other towel, this pretty orange scarf. And I'll take the towel and I'll drape it to the décolleté and then tuck it in and crisp it. That is my stop sign. So I know, and the client knows, my hands are never going to go underneath that towel. Whenever I go up to that towel, I'm going with the back of my hand. So it's always like this, never like this under the towel. Once I have covered and brought the second sheet up and the blanket across the décolletés, I'm going to then go for my draping. At this point, you want to sanitize and then secure a headband and towel around the client's head to protect their hair, making sure all of the hair is off the face and that as much of their face is visible as possible. I take my head drape from the back of the nape, pull it to where it's covering a good chunk of their forehead and their ears, and then I pull it and I tighten it and then I slide it back. And then I'll tuck the hair and unroll the ears and check with the client to make sure that they're comfortable. From there, because you have draped, so you draped, to start the drape, you sanitize because you were touching all this other stuff, the bolster, the bed, the sheet. So I sanitize, I drape the hair. From there, I'm going to sanitize again. And then I am going to proceed to the actual facial treatment. If you have a sink in your room, you can sanitize or wash your hands. If you don't, sanitizing is perfectly fine. If you do have a sink, give yourself a full hand wash. That way you're stopping that part of the service. So that was the pre-treatment setup, preparing for the client for the treatment. So does anyone have any questions on that? Perfect. I'm just going to type the proceed and then. Perfect. Okay, from there, we then have the facial treatment. We talked about the segments of the facial. So what I want to do is actually put the segments of the facial in before we do the step-by-step. So what is the first segment of a basic facial?
Cleansing.
Excellent. What's after the cleansing segment?
Exfoliation.
Resurfacing.
Exfoliation / resurfacing. Excellent. Exfoliating and resurfacing are the exact same thing, guys. Mm-hmm. And then after exfoliation, what do you have?
Extraction.
Extractions. Perfect. After extractions?
Massage or touch therapy.
Perfect. Massage or touch therapy.
And then it's mask or deep treatment.
So then it is mask. And then after that one?
Dermal layer.
Perfect. Deep treatment / dermal layering. That is all of the segments of a facial, and that counts for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there are 6 segments of a basic facial. When we move on to advanced facials, all you're doing is adding or removing advanced treatment options into this 6 segments. So a basic facial anywhere in the world are going to include these 6 segments, not steps, 6 segments. You, depending on where you work and what service you're providing, are able to rotate these things out as necessary. Before we go into the actual step-by-step, I want to talk about why we do each segment of the facial cleansing to remove the dead skin, the dirty surface, the makeup, the oil, We're getting it out of the way. Exfoliating or / resurfacing, producing cellular turnover, allowing the client to remove the top layer of the epidermis, get the dead skin out of the way. That dead skin acts as a roadblock for your product to penetrate. So we can't do any of the mask and the deep treatment if they have dead skin on the surface, because the serums, the toners, the moisturizers, they won't go anywhere. So exfoliating, resurfacing is removing that barrier out of the way. Extractions are to remove sebum buildup, lesions, any type of excess oil, any type of debris from the actual follicle. So exfoliating removes from the surface as well as a little bit into the follicle, depending on the type of exfoliator. And then extractions actually clean the follicle completely. You then have massage / touch therapy. That's to simulate whatever response we want to get from the client. So relaxation, anti-aging, cellular turnover. The word escapes me. Clearing the sinuses, revigorating the skin, calming down the skin. And then you have the mask, which is allowing nutrient-rich products to sit on the skin, penetrate into the follicle to produce change. And then you have the dermal layering or deep treatment, which is placing the ingredients that the client needs into the follicle before protecting the skin with SPF and a moisturizer. Anybody have any questions on why we do the segments that we do? Okay. Does anybody have any questions on why we can't do extractions before cleansing or massage before exfoliating?
Which massage?
Any massage. So why we would do the relaxation massage before exfoliating? Could we? Should we?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
I can tell you in Europe, they do the massage before the exfoliating. So for the massage one, it's not technically something that you can't do. You would have to have a really good reason for that. The only beneficial reason I could see for doing massage before exfoliating would be to simulate the, what is the word? Sinus drainage. So lymphatic drainage. So I could see doing a lymphatic drainage massage and then exfoliating, but ultimately here and the basic facials that you're going to learn and perform, this is the order that you would do them. The only exception to that is I have seen in European facials, they will do massage touch therapy after the cleansing and before exfoliating. But for our sake, these are the order of the steps. None of them other than the massage can really be moved because it doesn't make sense to do deep treatment dermal layering on top of dirty skin. So you have to cleanse and exfoliate and extract. And it doesn't make sense to do extractions after you've done a mask because you are, the mask is actually is there to benefit the skin. So if you haven't extracted the bad things out of the follicle, then you're not really doing yourself any favor. Good morning, Brittany. I'm going to type you in right now.
Claire,
4. Yes, ma'am.
can you do the massage? Can you not do the massage?
Yes, you cannot do a massage. You're able to pick and choose any of these segments that you don't want to do in a service. That would be a 30-minute or an express facial. So I'm going to pull up an express facial protocol. And this is just general, right? This isn't one that I created or anything like that. It says the reason it's called express is that it's about 30 to 45 minutes long. It's great for people on the go and need a complexion refresher without spending an hour or more on a customized facial. The express doesn't typically include steaming or extractions due to the time involved. When I did express facials, we did cleansing, exfoliating, deep treatment, dermal layering, or we did cleansing, exfoliating, mask, deep treatment, dermal layering, or we did cleansing, exfoliating, extractions, deep treatment, dermal layering. We skipped massage and mask. When you are customizing the facial, that was a very good question posed, Crystal. When you are customizing a facial, The world is your oyster. Remember, safe, sanitary, and effective. Would it be effective for me to do a facial that doesn't include exfoliation or resurfacing? Depends on the client. If my client got a chemical peel a week ago, a gentle one, nothing crazy, and they just need nutrients, I don't necessarily need to exfoliate them again. So I can customize that service for that client. If I have a client that's 30 years old, they have absolutely no acne, I don't need to extract. You don't have to do the extractions. It's just a part of a basic facial. When it comes to a service, you're customizing it for every client. The only rules to that customization is that it's safe, sanitary, and effective. If it will not be safe, you can't do it. If it will not be sanitary, you can't do it. If it would not be effective, you can do it, but it would be pointless. And what I mean by effective is it doesn't make sense to extract before exfoliating the skin because you haven't prepped the skin. You're just going to go in and cause damage and the extractions may not even be ready. So is it effective? No. Is it effective to do cleansing and massage / touch therapy and then dermal layering deep treatment? Depending on the client. If they are getting weekly facials and this is maintenance, I have seen estheticians do a cleansing, an exfoliating, LED, and then deep treatment dermal layering, nothing else. Is it effective for that client based on their skin type, their skin condition, what's going on, and what the actual goal is? So you make those decisions based on the person laying in front of you. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yes.
For the sake of a basic facial, not an express, just a basic 60-minute facial, you are performing cleansing, exfoliating, extractions, massage, touch therapy, mask, dermal layering, or deep treatment in that order over the course of 50 to 60 minutes, depending on where you work and how you work. But that's how long you get for a basic facial, and a basic facial comes with these 6 segments. So let's move to the actual step-by-step. For the facial, the step-by-step, so just for the facial as a whole, not the step-by-step for each segment, you have wash your hands and put on and apply gloves. So gloves are optional at this point. Gloves are optional at this point. Can someone tell me a time where they would use gloves for the full facial?
If someone has acne or anything that might spread bacteria onto your hands.
Perfect explanation. If a client has anything that would cause bacteria to be passed from you or the client from the minute you start touching them, I would go ahead and wear gloves the entire service. If the client has acne that's greater than 40 to 50% of their overall surface area, then I would use gloves for the whole service, because as you're working, some things will pop and there'll be bacteria, sebum all over the skin, and you don't want to risk touching it right away. So I would go in with gloves from the very beginning. Do you have to wear gloves at the cleansing segment? No, gloves are optional. Depending on who you are as an esthetician, what your goals are. I've seen estheticians do it both ways. They wear gloves the entire facial, no matter what. I have seen estheticians who don't wear gloves until the exfoliation and extractions. And I've seen estheticians not wear gloves at all. I don't recommend not wearing gloves during the extractions. I believe it's actually in your law and rule book that you have to. But if it's not in your law and rule book, technically you don't have to. For safety and sanitation, I would absolutely wear gloves at minimum exfoliation and extraction. But if you want to get in the habit of wearing them for the entire service, you absolutely can. The benefit to wearing them the entire service is you are less likely to get contact dermatitis over time from prolonged exposure to the product. So is it nice? Yes. Is it a relaxation facial if you've got gloves on the whole time? Not really for the client. But to be honest, after so many services, they won't even know the difference. So you are going to do the cleansing segment, you're gonna start by washing your hands, sanitizing. If there's no sink in your room. And then from there, you're gonna remove the eye and the eye and lip makeup. So remove the eye and lip makeup. We're gonna go over the steps of removing the eye and lip makeup in the step-by-step for those. After you've removed the eye and lip makeup, you are going to perform what cleanse?
First cleanse.
The first cleanse.
Perform first cleanse. After you have performed the first cleanse, what are you going to perform?
The skin analysis.
Skin analysis. After you've performed the skin analysis, what are you going to perform?
Second cleanse.
Second.
What do I also call the second cleanse? Another name for it.
Skin specific.
Skin specific cleanser. Perfect. Okay, that wraps up the cleansing segment. That wraps up the cleansing segment of the actual facial. After you've done the cleansing segment, what segment are we going to from there?
The exfoliation.
Exfoliation segment. So we're going into our exfoliation segment. Because we are exfoliating, we are at risk of a blood spill incident and cross-contamination of bacteria from acne popping, from any scratches that we might create on the skin, from exposure to the acid if we're doing a chemical peel, for exposure to dead skin if we're doing a aquaderm facial or we're doing a microderm facial. So because of that, what do we need to do?
Gloves.
Gloves. So we're going to apply gloves if we haven't already. For school, I'm not going to make you apply gloves until this step. So you are not going to get it wrong if you don't have gloves on until this step. Once you are in exfoliating / resurfacing, gloves are required, and they're the first thing that you do. You don't mix your product, you don't prepare it, you don't cover the client's eye, you don't do anything until you put your gloves on, and then from there, you're going to start the actual exfoliation. Okay, so now that we've applied our gloves, what are the first thing that we're going to do?
Extraction.
We're in exfoliating.
Oh,
So we're going to cover the client's eyes with cotton. Good Lord. 11-11, everyone make a wish. We're going to cover the client's eyes with cotton rounds. After we've covered the client's eyes, we are going to mix our exfoliator. I'm going to put / prepare it for application. And the reason I'm doing that is because if you're using a chemical peel, you would need to put it in a glass bowl and prep it. You wouldn't mix it like you would with the daily exfoliating complex or the enzyme exfoliant. So prepare the exfoliator, mix the exfoliator for application. From there, we're going to do what?
we're gonna actually apply it with a brush.
Almost. From there, we're going to bring over our magnifying lamp. We need to be able to see. So we're going to bring over our magnifying lamp, and then we're going to go to apply the product. I like to apply the product with a brush. Technically, you can apply this product with any applicating method that you prefer. I like the brush because it's going to give me a smooth and even application. I also like to start at the forehead and work my way around without lifting my brush. Is it wrong if you lift your brush? Is it wrong if you apply in small sections like swiping or patting? No. Safe, sanitary, effective. So if that's the effective method for you and you're not cross-contaminating, you're not using a dirty brush, it's absolutely fine to do it. I like to do my application in one clean stroke and then go in and fix the areas that were missed. But I'm going to apply the product. After I have applied the product, I am going to do one of two things, and this is going to depend on the client and the client's skin type and condition. Does anybody know what those two things are? Okay, I'm gonna work the product in, or I'm going to add steam to the product. So up until this point, we haven't used our steamer. We can add steam if we'd like to the exfoliator, or we can manually work in the exfoliator depending on the type of exfoliator. So if you're using a manual exfoliator, something that's granular, I like to work it in, focusing specifically on the areas with texture. If I am using a chemical exfoliator, if it requires steam to activate like a enzyme would, I would add steam. If I'm using a chemical peel, I would avoid steam. If I'm using a manual, I will also manually work it in and add steam if the client is oily or acneic. So from there, once I've applied the product, I like to then remove that product. I do my exfoliator removal when I'm working with a manual exfoliator. I do 2 removals. So the first one is with 4x4s or sponges. The second is with a hot towel. When we get to chemical peels, we're going to talk about hot towels versus warm towels versus cold towels. But for the most part, if I'm using a manual exfoliator, I'm gonna remove it first with sponges as much as I can in one pass. And then from there, I'm gonna remove the second with a hot towel. After I've done that, I am done with exfoliation. So I'm moving to extractions. Would you take your gloves off and put on new gloves, or are you gonna keep your gloves on?
You can put new ones.
You can, but why would you? I wouldn't. That was a trick question. I'm gonna keep the same gloves on. I'm not gonna take them off. The skin's prepped and ready to go. If we're doing an advanced facial and we're introducing something like galvanic, then you may need some extra steps. Before basic facial, from here, I'm gonna go into extractions. Before doing extractions, I'm gonna sanitize again. You can wash your gloves or you can sanitize your gloves. From there, that's a wash and wash gloves. From there, I am going to actually prep for my extractions. So I'm gonna get a 4x4 extractor, remove the steam, and recover eyes if needed. Once I've done that, I'm gonna extract. After I've extracted, I'm gonna clean the extracted area. I like to use a wet 4x4. But you can wet that 4x4 with water, a toner, like an acne-based toner, or just a skin balancing toner, and just clean off the area. You can also use high frequency at this point. We're not going to put it on here because that's going into a basic facial. But I like to use a wet 4x4 with water or toner and clean the area. If the client is bleeding or did bleed in the service, I'm going to leave my gloves on. So I'm going to put remove gloves, and then I'm going to put a note. If client is bleeding or did bleed, quick gloves on. Does that make sense to everyone? If the client bled or is bleeding, I'm going to keep the gloves on through the next segment.
What about pus?
If it's just pus, then I would take my gloves off to go through and do the massage, because I've cleaned it with the wet 4x4 with water or toner. If it's continuing to pus, then you can keep your gloves on. If you look at the skin and you feel like there's any risk of cross-contamination, then I would leave the gloves on. So let me see this. So if I see this, after I've extracted, this is closed. That whitehead is not open. It's not, nothing is coming out of it. Same here. Nothing's coming out of it. Obviously, after you've extracted, that's not what you want to see. You want to see that these follicles have been completely cleaned out. But let's just see what it would look like if there was actual pus and fluid on the skin. Good example. You see how that's no longer encapsulated? The pus is on the surface. If I saw this and it was continued after I had wiped the skin down with water or toner, then I'm going to keep my gloves on. Same thing here. See it on the surface of the skin. Oh, that's fun. I'm going to keep my gloves on. After I wipe this, if it continues to do this and I need to move on, I'm going to keep my gloves on. Everyone see that? Any questions on if I should keep my gloves on or not? Perfect. And then we will go to the next segment, which is the massage touch therapy. If you take your gloves off at this point, I would still sanitize before starting the segment, even if I took my gloves off or not. So I'm going to sanitize and go into the next segment, which is the massage touch therapy. Good Lord. And I'm going to perform my massage routine. So I'm going to perform my massage routine. There are massage creams that are designed to stay on the surface of the skin. Our massage cream is not one of them. It needs to be removed. With that being said, at this point, I only do a hot towel removal because I've relaxed the client. I don't want to use cold water or sponges or 4x4 on the skin. So at this point, I'm only going to use a hot towel. If you use 4x4s, if you use a sponge, it is not wrong as long as it's safe, sanitary, and effective. So for me, the hot towel is the most effective method. So I'm going to remove the massage product with the hot towel. What's after mask? I'm sorry, what's after massage? And I gave the answer away. So if everyone doesn't know it's mask, not listening to me. So I'm going to then apply my mask product. So I need to first sanitize. I'm going to apply my mask product with brush. I'm going to add steam. And it's going to depend on the client. And then while the mask is on, depending on how much time you have in the service, you are then going to allow that mask to sit uninterrupted with steam or add the steam. It's up to you. I like steam with my mask for the most part. Every time I'm using steam. But again, it depends on the client. If they're a sensitive skin client, I probably wouldn't use steam. So I'm going to add the steam depending upon the client. While that's working, I am going to perform either a neck and shoulder massage, a scalp massage, hand and arm massage, or even foot treatment. As an esthetician, you can do foot treatments as long as you're not pedicuring or manicuring the actual toes or nails. So you can do sugar scrubs and then massaging balm or lotion on the hands or feet. You can massage the arm and the hands. You can massage the neck and décolleté. You can massage the scalp. I'm going to perform one of those minimum, and then I'm going to be able to go back to the top and remove.
Miss Claire,
Yes, ma'am.
at this point, can we apply like a mask for the hands or a mask for the like foot mask or not?
Yes, that would be part of that service. So instead of thinking of it as a foot mask or hand mask, think of it as a hand treatment or a foot treatment.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So if I'm going to do a mask on the hands to soften the skin, the hands and the feet. Let's say that's whatever you're going to do, hands and feet. You need to cleanse it, you need to exfoliate it, and you need to apply the mask. You need to remove the mask, and you need to moisturize and protect it. So you can't just do a mask. You need to do the whole thing. Does that make sense?
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
It
And
needs to-
it will be like a separate service.
Correct.
Okay.
It would be an add-on. That's never going to be included in a facial if you're doing product. If you're just massaging the areas, that's fine. But if you're doing product, then yeah, you need to actually do all of the things that would go along with that. So if you're doing it, it's called a treatment. If I'm just massaging, it's just a hand and arm massage, it's just a foot massage, it's just a scalp massage, it's just a neck and shoulder or a décolleté massage. I recommend doing at least one of them. You don't have to do all of those, especially if you're doing a basic facial, but one of them at least. Once I've done that for 5 to 10 minutes, I'm going to spend the rest of this time before I remove the mask doing my client chart. So I'm going to decide what products to recommend for sale, a next visit date, I'm going to determine a basic routine for them, depending on, who this person is and what it is they came in and are asking for. I am then going to fill out that client chart. So doing my client chart, that's going to be included. I'm going to do some basic cleanup. And then I will remove the mask. Once I've removed the mask, I'm going to sanitize. Once I've sanitized, I'm going to go in with my deep treatment dermal layering. The order of those steps, you are applying these products in order of the smallest molecule. So the first thing that's going to go on is toner. Then from there, a serum. From there, you are going to do an eye and lip treatment. When applicable, you can then go to your moisturizer and SPF. Any questions on the dermal layering segment? Okay, from the dermal layering, I like to clean off my hands, sanitize, gather the rest of clean off my hands, sanitize, undrape the client. I'm going to start waking the client up. If they're asleep, recapping the service, asking the clients about their skin, like how does it feel? Do you notice a difference? This is what I've found. This is what, the products were penetrating. These products weren't. This was good for your skin. This was not good for your skin, so on and so forth. I'm going to detail all that information to them while I'm talking to them at this point. And then from there, I'm going to explain to them how to get up. I'm going to explain to them how to get up and what happens next. So I'm going to allow you to get up and redress once I step out of the room. Remember, the ground's closer than it appears. You have been laying down for about an hour. So take your time, no need to rush. Once you've gotten up and you've gotten dressed, pop that door open for me and take a seat in the room. If they don't have a chair, have them take a seat right back on the bed, just sitting up. If they do have a chair, have them sit in the chair. Let them know that you'll be back with water for them to go over their chart, recommend products and next services, and to take them to the front to get checked out. So once I've explained what happens next, I'm going to leave. I'm taking everything I can with me. Throughout the service, if your products are in a cabinet in your room, I would be putting those products back as I'm done with them. At the school, your products are in the containers. So I've been putting the containers into my water bowl. So all I have to take with me is my water bowl, my dirty towels, and any product that I may have brought, but you shouldn't have any, you should only have the containers. I'm going to take all of that with me and allow them to change. While they're changing, I'm going to pre-clean my items, grab their retail, and let the front desk know that they're coming out. Before that client opens the door, I want to be at the door with a cup of water. From there, the client goes to the front desk. You're going to explain retail, ask for the rebook, and then make your exit, allow the front desk to do the rest. If you're your own front desk, obviously you're going to be following them through. You're going to go in, tell them, this is the retail that is recommended. This is when you should schedule your next appointment. Would you like to purchase this? Would you like to get rebooked? Do that process, check the client out, send them on their way. If there is a front desk for you, that's what the front desk does. So you don't have to hover and go over anything like that. So does anybody have any questions on the basic steps of a basic facial? So not individual steps for each segment, but the basic steps for the entire basic facial. Perfect.
No.
Okay, so I'm going to give, somebody had to go on a bathroom break. So it is 11:30. I'm going to give us 10 minutes. That way everyone can have an opportunity to go to the bathroom. Just mute yourself and then run off, do whatever you need to do. We'll come back at 11:40. We're going to run through each segment of the facial step by step so that we have it and we can ask any questions. And then from there, we will move on to the steamer, hot towel cabbie, and the woods lamp. So we'll take a 10-minute break here and we will be back at 11:40. Let's do 10-minute countdown. And we will go on to the segments of the facial. And then from there, steamer, hot towel, cabbie, and so on. Nicole, I'm about to give you a call on your phone, please. And just like that, we are back. Is everyone situated? Do we have any questions before we move on to the breakdown of each individual segment for the step-by-step? I think that's perfect.
No.
Perfect. Okay, so the segments of the facial include the 6 segments: cleansing, exfoliating, extractions, massage, mask, dermal layering. So let's go ahead and go through each one of these. We're just going to check them for accuracy. Everything should be good already on the protocol that we have, but if there are any mistakes, now we will edit it and make it 100% so that when we relaunch it, it'll be perfect. Okay. Okay, so to perform the basic facial cleansing, you are going to first sanitize your hands. Then you are going to do the eye and lip makeup removal, which includes applying makeup remover to 2 of your cotton rounds. You're going to place the damp cotton rounds over your client's eyes. And then you're going to apply makeup remover to 1 cotton round and place the damp cotton round over the client's lips. Using your left hand, you're going to stabilize the skin of the client's lips. Take the cotton round with your right hand. Swipe the lip cotton round from the outside to the center of the lips 3 times. And then from the opposite side, inside to the middle 3 times on that side. You're then going to throw away the used cotton round. If you touch the trash, sanitize. If not, if you just dumped it in there and it's open, you're fine. But if not, sanitize. You're then going to use your left hand to stabilize the skin of the client's right eye. And then you're going to take the right eye cotton round with your right hand and swipe the cotton round from the outside to the inside of the client's eye 3 times. And then you're going to swipe the cotton round down the client's eye 3 times. And then you're going to swipe the cotton round around the client's eye 3 times. So from the outside to the inside, down, around. You're going to repeat, save this cotton round. So open it, put it off to the side, repeat the same steps, 11 through 16 or 11 through 15 on the left eye. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, around, 1, 2, 3, save. From there, if I need to, I'll go in and do some more detailed cleanup. Typically that should, that'll get it. If the client comes in with makeup, you might have to toss those cotton rounds and get new ones. If the cotton round is pretty much clean and reusable, then we save them. Does anybody have any questions on that segment of the cleansing? Then you're going to go to your first cleanse. We're going to sanitize our hands again. We're going to dispense a 1/4 amount of daily cleanser onto our hands. I'm going to edit this to say any non-skin specific. That's not how you spell specific. Cleanser. And then from there, we're going to swipe the facial cleanser on the décolleté, neck, chin, cheeks, down the nose, forehead. So let's switch that up. So let's go from the décolleté to the neck, to the cheeks, to the chin, to the cheeks. Then we're going to go to the forehead and then down the nose. So let's switch these out. So forehead, then down the nose. And then we're also going to add a step to do the introductory touch. Is everyone familiar with the introductory touch? Back of the hands on the neck, the shoulders. Spread product, spread product, spread product, spread product, spread product, spread product, off to the next step. Everyone good with that? Okay, from there, once we've applied the product, we're going to do the actual cleansing of the décolleté. So we're at the nose, we're going to move our hands down without lifting them. So move hands down, back to décolleté. Without lifting. And we're going to use effleurage stroke from the base of the palms to the tip of the fingers. We're going to cleanse the neck using the effleurage strokes from the base of the palms to the tips of the fingers. We're going to start from the jawline and move up, cleansing the face using effleurage strokes. You can also use petrissage, so I'm going to do effleurage and petrissage. Okay, we got to fix that. We also are going to we need to add another step here because we've done the jawline, and then we're going to move all the way up to the forehead, down the nose, finishing at the temples. Let's correct that spelling. Okay, so let's review that one because we kind of made some edits. Okay, so we have started back on the actual cleansing of the décolleté. So we swiped the daily cleanser down to the nose. Then we've moved our hands down back to the décolleté without lifting, and we're going to use effleurage strokes. Up the neck with effleurage strokes. Starting at the jawline, using effleurage and or petrissage. Cleansing, we're going to move all the way up to the forehead, down the nose. Finishing at the temples. Slight compress of the temples with your fingertips and remove. So finishing at the temples, slight compress with 2 to 3 finger tips and remove hands. From there, you can clean your hands off with your hand towel, and then you can remove the cleanser using 2 wet 4x4s or sponges. You can also use hot towels. So let's add hot towels. Anybody have any questions on the process of the first cleanse? Perfect. Let's go into the skin analysis. We're going to grab 2 cotton. I'm sorry. What am I missing? Can anybody tell me what I'm missing? Sanitize. We're going to sanitize. We're going to grab our 2 cotton rounds that we used earlier for the eye and lip cleanse. We are going to cover the client's eyes. Grab 2 cotton rounds, cover client's eyes. We are then going to inform the client that we're going to turn on the magnifying lamp and let the client know that it may be bright. We're going to then bring the light over to the client's face. We're going to perform our skin analysis, looking for type, tone, texture, and condition. We are then going to remove, why is that saying it's unrecognized? Okay, we're going to remove mag light. Somebody have a question? Okay, we're going to remove the magnifying light and darken the room. We're going to let the client know that we're going to go to the woods lamp, and it is going to be a UV light. So to keep their eyes closed, we're going to put them into the mask, turn on the woods light, analyze the skin as well.
What do you do if they're claustrophobic and you use the woods light?
So if I have a client that is claustrophobic and they don't want to go into the bag, or if the bag makes them uncomfortable, so let me show you what she's talking about. This little bag right here is light blocking. So it attaches to the woods lamp, and you can put the client's face, like put the bag over the client's face. They can breathe, but it can be claustrophobic for some. When I use the woods lamp, the room is completely black. I take this off. It prevents having to worry about a client being claustrophobic because the room is dark completely. So the overhead light is off, and so is the magnifying light. If you don't have the opportunity to do that and you need to use the bag, I would inform the client that they are going to be there's going to be a bag over their head that protects the light from getting in so that you can actually analyze their skin. I like to let the client know that it can be claustrophobic. So if they have any trouble breathing or if they get uncomfortable, all they have to do is let me know and I'll remove it quickly. Does somebody have a question? Okay. After I've done the woods lamp, I am going to remove the cotton rounds and push them aside for later because we're going to use them again when necessary. So from here, is someone talking to Brittany? Are you talking to us or are you talking to someone else?
Oops.
Okay, I'm going to mute you, Brittany. Ladies, please try to avoid background noise. So from here, I'm going to remove the woods lamp, remove the cotton rounds. At this point, you want to sanitize again. Just because you've touched the machines and the client, so on and so forth. So you can sanitize after the woods lamp. So let's put it here for sanitize after the woods lamp, analyze the skin, and then we're going to go sanitize, remove cotton rounds, but we're also going to sanitize after we bring the light over to the client's skin before actually analyzing and touching the skin. And then we need to add, let's make sure we have everything, remove cotton rounds, save for later. At that point, we can sanitize again because we're going to go into a new segment. Okay, anybody have any questions on the skin analysis segment? Okay, so I'm gonna take that as a no. So once we've done the skin analysis, now we know, good Lord. My phone is on silent. Once we've done the skin analysis, now we know what it is that we're looking for and what it is that we need to do, right? So you're gonna get the product for your next cleanse. You're gonna have that set up and ready to go. And then we're gonna go into our second cleanse. So first, we're gonna sanitize our hands. We're gonna dispense a quarter-size amount of a skin-specific cleanser onto our hands. We're going to swipe that cleanser onto the décolleté, neck, chin, cheeks, forehead, and then down the nose. Let's see, forehead. I'm gonna switch these again like we did on the other one. Forehead and then down the nose. From there, you're going to wet your hands and emulsify. If you need to add more cleanser, you may. So I'm gonna do it like this because it's kind of, it reads weird. Then wet hands and emulsify. Add more cleanser if necessary. From there, you're going to cleanse the décolleté using the effleurage, palms to fingertips, and friction rubbing. Back up, you're going to do the same like you did in the first cleanser. You're going to do the neck. And then from there, starting from the jawline, move up and cleanse the face using effleurage and or petrissage. So let's copy and paste all of this. Good gravy. And make sure that it matches with this exactly, and it does. Then from there, we're going to clean off our hands and then remove the cleansers with 4x4 sponges or a hot towel. You can use the same sponges. You cannot use the same 4x4s. Does that make sense to everyone? Once you've used the 4x4s, they need to go in the trash. Everybody on the same page with that?
Yes.
Perfect. And then from there, you've removed the cleanser, it's done, and then you can go and sanitize. And we are ready for the next segment, which is the extractions, exfoliation resurfacing. So we already know the first thing that we need to do is what?
Sanitize.
Sanitize and put on gloves if we aren't already wearing them. Perfect. Once we've sanitized and put on our gloves, we talked about this earlier in the regular cleansing. What are we going to do?
Cover the eyes.
Cover the client's eyes with cotton rounds. We're going to then mix and prepare the exfoliator for application. We're going to bring over the magnifying lamp. We're going to apply the product. We're going to work the product in, adding steam if necessary. We're then going to do a 2-part removal if we're using a manual exfoliant. So we're going to remove with the 4x4 sponges or 4x4 and sponges. And then we're going to do a second cleanse with removal with a hot towel. And that is the exfoliating resurfacing segment. So let's put that in. Remove exfoliator and then sanitize. So that's that whole process. I have a question for who's going to be my first victim. Okay, Claudia, you're my first victim. I have a question for you. After you have removed the exfoliator with sponges, can you reuse those sponges?
Isn't it like a preference? No, do you remove the exfoliator, right?
So technically, it is a preference. If you remove with the sponges, I like to toss those sponges at that point. So when I removed my cleansers with sponges, I'm going to reuse those same sponges. Once I've removed exfoliator and put that product on the sponge and or in the water, I'm no longer going to use that sponge. I'm no longer going to use that water. Why? Because exfoliation by nature is to remove the top layer of dead skin. So we know we're taking off dead skin, bacteria. We may break up acne lesions, pop pimples. We're taking that off with the sponges. I don't want to then reuse that to take off my mask. So remember earlier, I said the segments are based on what it is you're trying to achieve, right? So cleansing, exfoliating, extractions, all of that is to take the bad off and out of the skin. So once we've done that with that 4x4, it's no longer safe to use again, because everything else that we do is nourishment, right? The massage is to stimulate the skin, relax them. We're going to remove the massage with a hot towel, but then I wouldn't want to take a mask that's for nourishment and then take it off with dirty sponges, because those sponges can't be cleansed. That's why they're single use and we have to throw them away. So that was kind of a trick question. What would you do with those sponges? The answer to the question is, at that point, the sponges and water are contaminated and I'm not going to use them again. I like to keep, I'll use this as an example, my sippy cup. I like to keep a squeeze bottle of water or a tea kettle of water, because after I've used the water for the exfoliator removal, I'm going to pour over my bowl moving forward. So I'm not going to dip into my bowl anymore, because I'm going to consider that water contaminated and unfit to be used on the skin from there. Does that make sense to everyone? If it doesn't, feel free to, I can explain it differently. I can explain it more. Perfect. Okay. Once we have done that, we have to sanitize. No, I want to delete these rows. We have to sanitize our hands again. We can keep our gloves on because we're going to go right into the extractions, and from there, we're going to go right into the extraction. So for the extractions, what are we going to do first? We're going to sanitize first. We're going to sanitize our gloves. Even though we're wearing gloves, we're just going to sanitize them because we're touching different things. So we've sanitized before we touch the skin again. What are we going to do to perform extractions? We've already went through it, so let's go find it. Okay. Extractions, we're going to sanitize our hands or wash our gloved hands. We're going to prep for the extractions. We're going to grab a 4x4 and extractor, remove the steam and cover the eyes if needed. We're then going to extract. Then we're going to clean the extracted area with a wet 4x4 or toner. And then we're going to remove our gloves if safe to do so. If not, so if the client bled or there's any surface residue after wiping the skin down, then we're going to keep our gloves on. So let's paste that. Remove gloves. Go ahead.
We can use toner twice. So after extractions and then again at the end after the mask and everything like that.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
And use toner, and twice is really kind of relative, because if I'm being perfectly frank, you can use toner whenever the heck you want to.
Cheers.
Cheers. Toner is really like nourishment water for the skin, right? That's like saying, oh, I can't use, water, but only to remove. No, water is good for the skin. Toner balances the skin. Why won't that delete? Toner balances the skin. And so we can use that in place of water when we're removing product and kind of cleansing the area. You'll see that's not deleting, right? I'm not losing my mind. What is going on? Okay. Bro. Is it me? Am I the drama? Okay, well, we're gonna leave that there. Let's go back to toner. All right, let's look at what we use toners for. Toner removes any lash traces of dirt, grime, and impurities stuck in your pore/follicles after you wash your face. When added to your daily skincare routine and used regularly, it can be have a major impact on the appearance of your skin and tightness of your follicles. So toners, and the reason you should absolutely be using them, facial toners can offer extra hydration. They can sterilize or keep your skin clean. They can refresh the skin. They can minimize the appearance of pores and follicles. And overall, toners, like I said, are like boosted waters, right? They have ingredients in them that are designed to help nourish the skin. So if it's a sulfur and salicylic toner, for example, those ingredients are great to help sanitize and sterilize the skin. So they're great to use after an acne because you can wipe it down. And now instead of just using water on the surface, you're actually multitasking and removing the top layer of dirt and debris that may be on the skin. So if there's bacteria, but you're also cleaning the area by using the sulfur and salicylic or any acid in a toner. If you've got a client that you did a mask, a clay mask, any type of clay mask, right? Clay masks are designed to draw impurities out. So they are drying by nature. So if you do a clay mask on a client and their skin is really, really tight and really, really dry, I can go in with a rose water toner, a toner with hyaluronic acid, a toner with any humectant or any type of moisturizing ingredient, use the toner after the mask, and that's going to help put some of that moisturizer back in the skin. So yes, you can use toners really in place of water after the exfoliation step. Once you've removed the exfoliator, toner can be used in place of water for the rest of the service because it's really just a boosted water anyway. So yeah, we can use toner all day, every day. Drink it if you like. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. Toner is probably one of my favorite products, and I don't have it next to me. Well, actually I do. Normally I have a spray toner, but I've been using this Glow Recipe toner and I am addicted to it. So I'll just sit here throughout the day. And if I don't have on any makeup, I'm just like putting it on, because toner, depending on the ingredients, it's just adding moisture back into my skin. And so we can use them all day, every day. When I had a spray toner that I was using consistently, I would just stand there and be like this. Come on, give it to me. I need the toner. So toner's your friend, use it throughout the service. Perfect. Another tip for toner, when you're done with the service and you've stepped into the waiting area, I used to bring a toner bottle with me and some 4x4s. And when I stepped into the waiting area, because you know the light is much brighter, if I saw anything on the client's skin, I'll spray the 4x4 with toner right in front of them and say, hey, you've got some mask left over, and get it. Or if they want to get it, I can spray that 4x4, give it to them and say, hey, here you go. Use the, this is toner. It's going to keep putting nourishment into your skin, but it'll also remove that leftover mask or exfoliator, or if there's something in a crease. So that's a nice little bonus, and the clients tend to like it because it feels like that you're going the extra mile. You're not letting them leave a mess. Personal. Okay. Yeah, personal touch. You're just elevating the experience for the client. Okay, the next one is the massage. Now, the massage one is ridiculously long. So what I'm going to do is actually read it uninterrupted, step by step. And if you have any questions, please let me know after I've read it. Just make sure we've got the right girl here. That's mask. Yep. Okay. This is massage. So there are 37 steps to the massage. If you have not already seen the massage video, we have it. Once this is done, like once I finish fixing this, I will also upload that video. I just think it needs to be it needs to be like narrated to go along with the steps, but we're essentially walking through the steps of the massage. So let's get to our page. All right, for the massage, using sanitize, lights off or low. And then we're gonna use our facial massage oil or cream off to the side of the client's head and apply a walnut size to the tips of the finger. I like to apply it to the tips here. Work it in, apply it first, and then massage. So we're gonna apply it starting with the décolleté, neck, cheeks, forehead, down the nose. So let's switch that again. And then we are going to start with the actual movement. So with the middle and ring finger of each hand, do downward strokes in the middle of the forehead at the brow line, working upward towards the hairline. One hand follows the other as the hands move toward the right temple and then move back across the forehead to the left temple and then move back to the center of the forehead. I'm going to repeat that step 3 times on either side. And then with my middle and my index finger in each hand, I'm going to start circular movements in the center of the forehead along the brow line towards the temples. I'm going to slide the fingers back to the center of the forehead at the midpoint between the brow line and the hairline and repeat the circular movements. I'm going to repeat this 3 times. And then with my middle finger and ring finger of each hand, I'm going to start a crisscross stroking motion at the middle of the forehead, starting at the brow line and move upward towards the hairline. So here to here, towards the right temple, and then back to the center of the forehead, then move toward the left temple, and then back to the center of the forehead. I'm going to also repeat that 3 times. I'm going to place the middle finger under the inside corners of the eyebrow and the ring finger over the brow. I'm going to slide the finger to the temple and press, continue under the eye, up to the nose, to the inner corner of the eyes and press. I'm going to repeat that 3 times. Then I'm going to do with circular movements with the middle 2 fingers at the outside corner of the eye, continuing the circular movement on the cheekbones to the point under the center of the eye, and then slide back to the starting point. And then with the light tapping movement with the pads of my fingers, I'm going to tightly around the eyes and as if I'm playing the piano. And I'm going to continue tapping movements to the temple, under the eye, towards the nose, up and over the brow, and then outward towards the temple. You're never going to use Topoma on the eyelids directly. So here and back down. I'm going to repeat that 3 times. I'm going to do both sides simultaneously, but if you really need to stretch out your massage, you can do one side, the other side, just making sure you're not breaking contact. So there's always a hand working on the client's skin. And then with the middle and index finger of each hand, I'm going to start the circular movement down the nose and continue across the cheeks to the temples, sliding the finger under the eyes and back to the bridge of the nose. I'm going to repeat that 3 times. With the middle finger and ring finger of each hand, slide the fingers from the bridge of the nose over the brow, lifting the brow back down to the chin, and then firm circular motions on the chin with the thumb. Change to the middle fingers at the corner of the mouth and rotate the fingers 5 times. Slide the fingers up the side of the nose, over the brow, and then stop at the temples, so on and so forth. This is a lot of steps. So let's skip down to the end one. We're going to do the finishing movements. We're going to add these finishing movements to the top and to the bottom. So we're going to start with effleurage. We're going to end with effleurage. So we've got it here. Me and sanitize is not working out today. Effleurage opening movement, and then we're going to do effleurage closing movement. From there, we're going to remove with hot towels. I'm gonna put only, but in reality, you can use sponges 4x4 cotton rounds. I would only remove a massage with a hot towel, but you're gonna remove it. Sanitize hands. On to the next step, which is the mask. So let's proceed. Let's pull up our mask. To start for our mask, we're going to sanitize. And then we're going to distribute our mask product into a small bowl with a spatula. You can do a small bowl or back of the hand. Masks tend to be cold, so I'd like to warm them up on the steamer. Or if you know that you're using a mask that's pretty cold, like the gel mask, if you want it to be cold, that's great. So if you need to tone the skin down, calm it down, cool it down, you can keep it cold. If not, I put my mask in a bowl. And then when I start the service, I put that bowl in the hot towel cabbie and let the mask get nice and warm, pull it out. It's already prepped, apply. So I'm going to distribute the product into a small bowl or back of the hand with the spatula. I'm going to then use a mask brush and start on the right side of the jawline, moving from the center to the earlobe. So I'm going to move to the center midline of the face out to the earlobe. And then I'm going to go move to the other side out to the earlobe. And then I'm going to go back and forth until I've covered the entire face. You can also do one circular swipe and I guess you would say like reduce the circular angle that you're doing. So one large circle, one smaller circle, a smaller circle over the nose until it's completed. Or you can go from side to side, moving further up the skin with the brush. The only thing I recommend is not lifting your brush during the first initial application. It's not wrong if you do it and apply it that way. It's just a matter of preference and what is more relaxing to the client. I typically like to apply it in one smooth movement down the nose. And then if I need more product, my hand is typically resting on their face so that I can start here or start here. And then when I'm ready for more product, sweep onto the hand, get more product and add it to the face. All that's going to come in time. It's really just a matter of not breaking contact. That's all you're trying to do. With here, you're going to avoid the eye area. If you have not already, you can recover the eyes with the cotton rounds at this point. Let's just do this. We're going to sanitize and we're going to distribute the product to the bowl at back of the hand. We're going to go ahead and avoid the eyes by covering them with cotton rounds. That way it's already done. We don't have to worry about it. And then we're going to go into our application. So area, area. And then we're applying it from side to side. Then we're going to use downward motion to cover the center of the nose, moving to the right and the left side. We're then going to let this mask sit from 8 to 20 minutes max. So this whole segment is normally 12 to 20 minutes, depending on how long the other segments take.
Claire, can you repeat that?
This segment of the facial can be anywhere from 12 to 20 minutes, depending on how long you took in the other segments. So we're going to let the mask sit for 8 to 20 minutes max. So if it only takes us 30 seconds to get the mask on, you've got 19 minutes and 30 seconds to let it sit, which is while you're doing neck and shoulder, décolleté, that whole thing. If the client had more than 5 minutes of extraction, think about it as you taking that 5 minutes from the mask. So that extra time from the mask. So each segment should equal, about a certain amount of time. But once you stop, once you go over that time for each segment, you're taking it from another segment because you only get 50 minutes hands-on in a 60-minute facial. Some places do the full 60 minutes hands-on. It depends on where you're working. So you get an amount of time dependent on the segments that you're doing and how long you do each one of them, but you've got to fit all of the segments in 50 or 60 minutes. So normally for the mask, you've got about 10 to 20 minutes for that mask to be there. While the mask is on, we're going to use our massage oil cream, and you'll begin the neck and shoulder massage or the other massage techniques that we talked about. So there's steps for neck and shoulder, which we're going to go over, but I'm also going to include
Miss
neck and shoulder
Claire,
massage. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
so at this point, can we apply mask also on the neck or not? Or it's a preference?
It's a preference. You can do mask on the neck, or you can do mask on the neck, face, and décolleté. If it's a basic facial and there's no upgrades involved, I'm gonna apply mask on the face. So from here up. If I have extra mask, I'll do the neck. If I have even more extra mask, I'm gonna do the décolleté. You shouldn't be grabbing more than enough mask for the client's face. If you do by accident, include it for free. If you don't, typically spas will charge anywhere from $35 to $75 to add the neck and décolleté. It's not included in a basic facial. If I have extra, I'm going to use it, and I'm going to tell the client, I went ahead and treated your neck today. If you like that service, I recommend upgrading next time. It's this much, because I'm going to use my product. I'm not going to throw my product away. So I'm going to do it as a favor to the client, but I'm going to let them know if they want to continue that service, then this is how much it costs.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. To do the neck and shoulder massage, you're spreading over the décolleté. So spread product. We use the Muscle Balm. I don't recommend using the massage cream for the neck and décolleté because it's an expensive product, and you can use a regular body oil for that or the Muscle Balm. But it's when you get out there in the real world, it's your business. You do what you like. But I recommend using a Muscle Balm type product or a regular body oil massage, not the massage cream that you use for the face. But either way, you're going to spread the product over the décolleté, moving to the top of the shoulders using the sweeping motion, so effleurage, and then going back down over the shoulders. You're going to repeat this 3 times, adding more pressure each time. And then you are going to include effleurage, petrissage, and sapotement. So we need to, that's not how you spell sapotement. I will do a no. Petrissage. I will do a specific massage for neck and décolleté. So there's a routine for neck and décolleté massage. If you are not doing the neck and décolleté massage, you can do the scalp, hand and arm, or even a foot treatment. And then I'm also going to include into this section that I'm going to do my client chart. So let's put that there. And let's put this here. And then from there, we're going to remove the mask with a hot towel. If you have product on your hands, I would clean my hands. And then I'm going to remove the mask with a hot towel. So, okay, we're going to delete all of that because it is not needed. Jesus help me. Okay, we're gonna remove all of those, and then you're going to remove the towel. Once you've removed the entire mask, cover one hand with the towel and get any excess products. Once you're done, you're removing it, sanitizing, and then you can go to the next step, which is the dermal layering deep treatment. Oh, no, let's not delete all of that. I don't know what that's about. And then the last segment, dermal layering deep treatment. Let's see, we should already have one. And we do, so. Dermal layering deep treatment, we're gonna start by sanitizing. After that, we're gonna apply toner to the client's skin, depending on client's skin type and condition. Let's edit that to say skin type conditions, spray over the face using the rainbow effect raindrop technique. So 1, 2, 3, allow it to fall onto the skin, raindrop it in. If you're using a pour, you're going to pour over, pour onto a 4x4, 4x4, and swipe it on. So if you're using the spray, 1, 2, 3, windmill it down, raindrop it into the skin. If you're using a pour bottle like this one, you're going to pour it onto a 4x4 and swipe it into the client's skin. From there, with the rainbow effect, you're starting right, center, left, wafting it down. So let's do. And then you're gonna wait for the toner to absorb into the skin or raindrop it into the skin with the fingertips. Then you're gonna apply your serum to the client's skin types and conditions using only the fingertips. From there, you're gonna start at the chin, cheek, and side of the face. I would focus first on areas needing serum the most. Once I've applied my serum, I'm going to apply my moisturizer and SPF combo. Using fingertips and effleurage motion, and then starting at the side of the chin, cheek, side of the face, and the forehead. I'm gonna end at the temple with a slight compress for 10 to 15 seconds. And then I'm gonna proceed to undraping the client. If you're going to do an eye and lip treatment, I would do it after the serum. So let's add it, optional. Optional eye and lip treatment is gonna be added there. To perform an eye and lip treatment, you are literally using your pinkies or middle finger. I prefer to use my pinky because I've got more control with it, but you can use any of your fingertips and apply the product on and around the area. So on and around the eye, on and around the lip, and then I'm gonna use my fingertips to work it in. That's an eye and lip treatment. So if it's a client that needs a eye serum or eye treatment, I'm gonna apply it with my fingertips, covering the eye, and then I'm gonna work it in with my fingertips. Okay, from there, we can proceed to the undraping. The client is done. So that is essentially the basic facial. That's each one of the steps, each one of the segments. Does anybody have any question on any of the segments of the facial?
No.
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 Okay, everyone can do the segments of a facial. Who has never done it before? Nobody, everyone's done a facial before? Perfect. Everyone ready to go try it even more?
Yay! Yes.
All excited. Okay, so let's do, we did pre-service, we can do post-service. Let's just go ahead and add a little bit of a post-service. We don't have one. Let's get it from here. There it is. Post-service. First post-service we'll add there. Okay, from here, we're gonna go into steamer, hot towel, cabbie, and woods lamp. Are any of these unfamiliar to anyone in the room? Has everyone used the steamer, the hot towel, cabbie, and the woods lamp?
I have not used the woods lamp.
Okay,
I've seen it once, but I probably just need to do it again.
perfect. Okay, let me find it. I know we have it. Steamer, chapter 10, page 4. Okay, chapter 10, let's go to page 4. Perfect. Okay, someone just entered in, I believe it was Destiny Villarreal. If you could please send me your 4-digit clock in number so that I can get you clocked in. We'll wait for that before we move on to steamer, Maglite, hot woods lamp. Perfect. Alrighty, we are going to go ahead and move on to the steamer process. This is in chapter 10 of fundamentals, and it is facial devices and technology. It is page 421 in the Milady textbook. So for the steamer, many estheticians consider it to be the most important machine used in aesthetics. Professional steamers come in various sizes and models, and you can only use distilled water in the steamer because the mineral and calcium deposits in tap water can damage the machinery. Damage the machinery, where we. The steamer takes approximately 5 to 10 minutes to heat up, depending on the machine you use, and you do not want to direct the arm of the steam towards the client's face until the mist has begun to flow. With that being said, I like to prep my machine with water before the service. And then when the client comes into the room, before I leave them to change, I turn the steamer on, point the head away from them, let them know not to be alarmed. The steamer may start while they're in the room, but it is not going to, it's not gonna, mess them up. Destiny, are you sure that's the right number?
I can double check, but I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. I'm sorry.
Okay, someone else is coming up under that name, so just double check
Ooh,
for me.
okay.
Okay, so back to where I was, I'm sorry. I'm gonna set up the steamer before I leave the room and let them know that it's warming up and the steam may start coming out. The steamers may have a place for aromatherapy on the inside of the nozzle head, and they may have a special feature for using essential oils. If you're going to do that, you need to make sure that your client doesn't have any contraindication to the essential oil that you're using. Allergies, pregnancy, cancer, all of those things can be a contraindication for certain essential oils. A quality steamer will last you for years, while the inexpensive models will break down quickly. It is worth the extra money to buy a good quality steamer that will last and is reliable. I can tell you right now, if you misuse the steamer, it will last for 5 minutes. So be sure to take proper care of your steamer when you're using it. You won't have any problems. So from there, when to use the steamer, we're going to integrate the steam into our service to help soften the skin. The steamer is typically used during the second cleanse and a facial. It can be used prior to extractions to soften the skin, but that effect is only temporary, and it can be used to soften a facial mask and facilitate its removal. There are many benefits to using the steamer and the effects of using the steamer during the service. Steam helps stimulate circulation as well as soften sebum, dead cells, and other debris. The warmth relaxes the skin and tissues, making it easier for the esthetician to extract comedones. Steam can also be beneficial for the sinuses and congestion. And steamers with ozone or O3 may have an antiseptic effect on the skin that is beneficial for acne and problematic skin. So, does anybody have any questions on when and why they would use the steamer? Any questions on the contraindication and best practices for the steamer? They're pulled up on the screen. Take a second to look over them, but essentially don't leave it what's the word? Not unoccupied, but don't use it what is the word I'm looking for?
Supervised?
Yes, don't leave it unsupervised. Thank you. You want to make sure that if the steamer is on the client, that you're in the room and paying attention at all times. The steamer can be on and away from the client and you step out, but if the steamer is actually face the client's skin, you need to be in the room paying attention. You want to make sure you don't overfill the steamer past the fill line, because the water can spit out of the spout, and it is at boiling temperature, so it can cause 3rd-degree burns. I have actually seen that happen in real life. Okay, I have someone's number wrong. Rosa, can you resend your number for me? Rosa, resend your number for me. Just want to make sure it's right.
Okay.
You want to make sure that the steamer is not too close or too far from the skin, and you want to make sure that you don't use steam on cuperose or inflamed skin, on skin that is prone to broken or dilated capillaries and follicles, and someone who has something like rosacea or any condition that causes excess redness on the client's skin. And you also do not want to add cold water to the steamer until it is cooled off, because it can break the glass jar. Some steamers now come with the heavy duty plastic ones, so it's nice to have those because you don't have to worry about dropping it and breaking it. So the way we're going to use the steamer is we are going to prep it pre-service. We're going to prep it by cleaning it with EPA and a paper towel. We're going to fill it with distilled water up to the fill line. I like to keep distilled water in the room with me so that I can fill it from the top if I need more during the service. I'm also going to make sure that I am testing that it's in working order. So I like to start the steam before the client comes in and then turn it back off. And that way, when they're changing, I can turn it on, allow it to reheat up and spit out the water off to the side, and make sure everything's plugged in and working. So plugged in and working. You don't want to be plugging this in when you need it. You want this to be ready to go the minute you step into the room. From there, when I'm actually ready to use it, so ready to use, I'm going to sanitize. Oh, Lord. I'm going to sanitize my hands. I'm going to move the steamer head to the client. I'm going to check for comfort. I'm going to try to avoid having the nozzle facing upwards towards their nose, only downward from the back of them down. If the client is concerned about their hair or their lashes, you cannot use steam. So draping the client and even having the drape where there's a drape and a towel and then a hairnet is ideal for someone who's worried about, say, a blowout or curls. For someone who has lash extensions, you want to avoid steam altogether. Going to move the steamer head to the client 8 to 12 inches away from the face. Checking for comfort is very important, making sure that it's not too close for them too far, make sure the full face is covered so that the client is actually getting the benefits of the steam. And then you are going to steam until done. I'm going to put on here, I want you to steam until done, and then we're going to sanitize. Remove steam, turn steam off. If I'm in a facial that I'm going to use it at different points in the service, I'm not going to turn it off. I'm just going to move it away because I'm going to have extra water in my jug so that I can fill it up by the time I get to massage and I've got more. The times you don't want to use the steamer, I'm going to list them below. So you don't want to use it during the first cleanse. You don't want to use it during the skin analysis. You don't want to use it during extractions. You don't really need to use it during massage, massage, unless your focus is sinuses. You don't want to use this during dermal layering. Does anybody have any questions on when we wouldn't use steam?
Yes, I do. So why is it that we wouldn't use it during like the first cleanse? Because I've always thought like would you just turn the steamer off, I guess, after you come back in the room after leaving the client and letting them change and stuff? Because aren't we supposed to turn it on like while they're getting situated and stuff?
Say that again for me. I think I missed something.
So like, you know how we turn the steamer on before we leave the room, like after we bring the client in and tell them to get like comfortable and stuff?
Yep.
So like the first cleanse is right after you come in the room after setting them up and they're getting comfortable. So would we just turn the steamer off again?
You can just turn it away from them. So there's turn it off, meaning it's no longer producing steam, and move the nozzle away. So turn it away from them. So they shouldn't take 10. If you are just turning it on for the first time today, it shouldn't take 10 or it should take 10 or 15 minutes for it to warm up. So that first client, when they're changing, that's not going to be 10 or 15 minutes. It's going to be 3 to 5. So by the time you come in and do that first cleanse, the steamer should start kicking in. You can do your skin.
It should be ready.
Go ahead.
Like it should be ready for when you need it. Like that's
Correct.
what you're. Okay.
Ready for when you need it. When you don't need it, you can turn it off and turn it away from the client. If you know you're going to need it shortly, you're going to turn it away from the client and let it still steam.
Okay, perfect. I was just a little confused.
Perfect, no problem. Any other questions with steamer? Everyone comfortable with using the steamer and when not to use the steamer? Does everyone know what an alternative to steamer is? What like the alternative to using the steamer would be? Shout out the answer if you think you know. What's the alternative to using a steamer? If you don't have a steamer, what can you use?
A hot towel.
Hot towel.
Hot towel, absolutely. The only thing that a hot towel won't have that a steamer would have is the ozone, but it's gonna do the same. It's gonna have the same benefits. It's gonna soften the surface of the skin to provide easier extractions. It's gonna warm up the skin. same benefits. The only difference is it's not going to have the ozone, which is the germicidal effect. So if you're in a pinch and you don't have a steamer, it's not going to ruin your facial. You can use hot towels in its place. And the way I would do that is before I start the second cleanse, I would do the first cleanse, skin analysis, and then before I start the second cleanse, I would take a hot towel, undrape it, apply it to the client's skin, allow it to sit for 2 to 3 minutes, compress it in, and then take it off and go right into your cleanser. But you have to go right into it because the point is to warm the skin. So if I didn't have a steamer, I would use hot towels to prep for each and every service that I would use a hot towel for. Same for the mask. Before I apply them, go ahead.
I have a question. Can you take off the exfoliator with the hot towel depending on the type of exfoliator you're using?
Depending on the type of exfoliator, yes.
Okay.
If I'm using a manual exfoliator, I'm going to do 2 removals of that exfoliator. One with the sponges to get off the excess, and then another with the hot towel. But if I'm doing a chemical peel, I can't use a hot towel. I'm going to use just sponges or just 4x4.
Okay.
If I'm doing a microderm and I did a microderm and now I want to remove any excess crystals maybe, then I would use a hot towel.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So for the mask, if I didn't have a steamer and I wanted to warm up my mask, I would apply a hot towel to the skin, leave it for 2 minutes or so, allow it to lose the heat. I would apply my mask and then I would wrap my mask in a hot towel. So if you don't have a steamer, you're going to need a lot more hot towels in the service than you would if you did have a steamer, but you can essentially create most of the benefits from a steamer with the hot towels. So with that, let's move to the hot towel cabbie. Towel warmers, also called hot towel cabinets or hot cabbies, are used to heat towels or produce products used in treatments and commonly used in the treatment room. Like I said, if I have a mask that I know runs cold, unless I'm working on a client with sensitive skin and I need to cool the skin down with the mask or the serums, I can actually warm those things up in the hot towel cabbie. It makes for a really nice experience for the client. Hot towels can be used for both face and body treatments. Cotton pads, 4x4, aesthetic wipes, and products can be placed in the warmer or specialized product warmer. Some towel warmers are equipped with ultraviolet lamps. Ultraviolet lamps in the towel warmer help to reduce bacteria, but they are not effective for disinfection. So I talked to a group of you guys, I remember we talked about safety, sanitation, and infection control. TDLR will not allow the UV light in your steamer or hot towel cabbie to work in place of your sterilizer. So it does have a germicidal effect with the ultraviolet lamp, but that's to kind of keep the area from growing bacteria since it's a warm area. Effects of warm towels from a hot towel cabinet. Clients who do not have any contraindications will benefit from the warm, soothing, softening action provided by steam towel, which can be used in the following ways. For removal of facial masks and products such as massage creams, exfoliators, cleansers, so on and so forth, and for softening the skin before performing extractions. Contraindications and best practices. Hot towels should not be used on clients who have extremely fragile or sensitive skin, uncontrolled or advanced rosacea. They will know they have uncontrolled or advanced rosacea. Open wounds or contraindicated skin conditions such as excessive acne lesions. When you think of acne lesions and they say excessive, I want you to think in terms of percentage. You are safe to treat anything that is covering 50% or less. So if this is half of my face is 50%, if this 50% is covered with acne, I would treat that client. If more than 50% of someone's face is covered, I would recommend them go to a dermatologist to get an acne treatment. You're rarely going to see anyone coming in with more than that 50% because they're probably already working with a dermatologist. But if they have excess acne lesions or 50% or more, I would avoid hot towel treatments. I would avoid treating them altogether. Before placing the warm towel on the skin, be sure to adhere to the following guidelines. Always temperature test the towel or product on your wrist prior to use every single time. When you take your state board, they're looking for you to open that towel, dangle it, temperature test, apply. Towels should never be too warm or left on the skin too long because they can damage capillaries, cause overstimulation, and increase redness and irritation. Like I said, if I am doing a treatment, if I have a treatment room, I'm gonna have a hot towel cabbie, but I'm also gonna have a fridge, because in my fridge, I'm gonna have products that I want to be cold, and I'm gonna have towels that are toners, things like that, that I want to stay cold. If anything ever happens and the client overheats, you don't want to run to the break room to get a cold towel or ice. You should be able to pull it from your skin fridge. And this is any type of fridge. A regular mini fridge will do the trick. You don't need a skincare fridge. Any fridge will work, but I keep a hot towel cabbie and a fridge. And then plastic melts in hot towel warmers, therefore use heat resistant dishes to warm products. I would use a glass dish every time because I know it's not gonna get hot enough to break it, but it's also not going to melt in the towel warmer. It's important to understand while working on your client, anytime you enter the hot towel cabinet to retrieve an item, you must first remove your gloves or you will contaminate the cabinet door and contents of the hot towel cabinet. Once you remove the item, you need to put on a new pair of gloves prior to returning to work on the client. Avoiding cross-contamination during the service is required by OSHA, as is the use of gloves, because you can be exposed to blood or bloodborne pathogens the minute you begin the service. So the way that I would handle this is wiping my hands with my towel, sanitizing, going into my cabbie, closing the cabbie. The towels that are in my hot towel cabbie are for that client in particular. I'm not going to make my hot towels and go through it throughout the day for multiple clients. I typically keep the towels that I need for the service in my hot towel cabbie. That way, if I do cross-contaminate, I can clean it with the EPA on a paper towel before and after the next service. But for the best method, sanitize your hands before and going into the cabbie, use the product, sanitize your hands again, and keep with the service. The way I like to remember to sanitize is anytime I touch my client or my workstation and I need to go between, I'm going to sanitize. So if I need to get something from my workstation and I've been touching my client, I'm going to clean my hands on my towel and I'm going to sanitize. If I need something from my cabinet, I can put product in my hand, sanitize the rest of my other hand and the back of my hand, and then apply that product. So sanitize in between touching anything and you'll be absolutely fine. So preparation of the hot towel cabbie, follow the manufacturer's instructions as they may be subtle differences for each device and use optimum effectiveness. In general, these are the steps you should do to perform the hot towel cabbie. So you are going to put on gloves, fold towel in half and roll up the towel. So we're going to do it a little different. To prep our towels, we're going to sanitize. We're going to wet, folded, or rolled towels. If you use hot water to prep your towels, they'll warm up a lot. They'll be warm faster. I would never use cold water because you're just fighting against yourself. You're making this hot towel cabbie take longer to warm them up. So I'm gonna sanitize my hands. I'm gonna wet folded or rolled towels, and I'm gonna place those towels into the hot towel cabbie. I'm sorry, I'm gonna drain those towels. So I'm gonna fully squeeze them out. You don't want excess water dripping. And you don't want it to be like floppy. You want to drain it out and allow enough water to saturate the towel without it being dripping. So wet, folded, or rolled towels, drain those towels, place them in your on towel warmer. Close the door. Completely and wait. 30 to 60 minutes is ideal. If you can, prep your towels 30 to 60 minutes before because you know that they'll be ready for you. Once you've added the towels into your cabbie, you're going to close the door completely and wait the 30 to 60 minutes. Once you're ready to use them, you're going to, so once ready to use, you're going to sanitize. Sanitize every time before going into the cavity. Grab your towel. Temp check the towel. Grip the towel. Not the hotel. Over the client's face, avoiding nose. So you're going to completely cover the face except for the nose area. When you do your stay forward, that's what they're checking for. Drape the towel over the client's face, avoiding nose, slight compress. Remove towel. Hold the towel in one hand and remove excess product from the skin. Not producer's product. And remove excess product from the skin. From there, place towel in discard. Place towel in the discard and continue service. So you never want to put the dirty towels back in the hot towel cavity. If you run out, you run out. So you're not going to use a towel and then say, okay, I'm going to put it back in the hot towel cavity and use it later, because that's going to cross-contaminate the hot towel cavity. And that UV light's not going to be strong enough to destroy the bacteria that you've introduced. So once you're done with the towel, place it in the discard, continue the service. After service, you need to do the full EPA process on hot towel cavity. To be fair, you need to do it on anything you touch, but for this one specifically, we'll say full EPA on hot towel cavity. You're not going to spray the inside, so avoiding inside while on. Only the outside. Anybody have any questions on prepping the hot towel cavity? Everyone comfortable using a hot towel cavity?
Yes.
Perfect. Let's do the Woods lamp. The Woods lamp, developed by American, what does that say? Psychologist Robert William Woods, is a filtered black light that is used to illuminate fungus, bacterial disorders, pigmentation problems, and other skin problems. Skin scopes are similar to Woods lamp, and these larger skin analysis tools use a UV light with an interior mirror, and a client can look at the face on one side of the scope while the esthetician looks through the scope and examines the skin from the other side. These scanners use a magnifying lamp and black light to analyze skin features such as hydration and pigmentation. When to use the Woods lamp. The Woods lamp allows the esthetician to conduct a more in-depth skin analysis by illuminating the skin's problems that are ordinarily invisible to the naked eye. Under the lamp, different conditions show up in various shades of color. For instance, the thicker the skin, the wider the fluorescence will be. Table 10.1 will provide some examples of skin conditions and how they appear. So thick corneum layer, so a thick layer of dead skin is going to show as white. The horny layer of dead skin cells is going to show as white spots. Normal healthy skin will look blue to white. Does somebody need me? Okay, thin or dehydrated skin will be light violet and purple. Acne or bacteria will be yellow or orange. Oil and oily areas of the face and comedones can be yellow and sometimes pink or orange. Hyperpigmentation or sun damage will be brown. Hypopigmentation can be blue, white, or yellow, green. Fun fact, if the pigmentation shows up on the wood lamps, it can, so not all pigmentation that shows up under the wood lamp can be completely lightened with regular exfoliation treatment. Pigmentation located at the dermal epidermal junction. So between the epidermis, our office, and the dermis is the dermal epidermal junction. They can only be addressed at the medical level. So medical estheticians and physicians. Only pigment that's on the surface of the skin can be potentially lightened by exfoliation treatment and lightening products. It's also important to let clients know that addressing pigmentation is an ongoing challenge. For example, with pigmentation associated with sun damage, pigmentation can reappear if the skin is in contact with the initial stimuli of heat or UV rays. So the more you see it in the woods lamp, the deeper it is. If you're looking at the surface of the skin and you see pigmentation here with the naked eye or a magnifying lamp, but you don't see it under the woods lamp, it's not as deep and it's going to be easier for you to remove. If you see it under the woods lamp, it's likely that it's in between the dermal epidermal junction, meaning it's past your office and you no longer have the ability to treat it unless you're working under a physician and can do deeper treatments like deeper chemical peels that completely remove the epidermal layer. Does anybody have any questions on the woods lamp as far as what's going to show up, what these different colors mean? Perfect. Okay, let's find a little step-by-step for our woods lamp and show how to use it. So there isn't one, so let's go ahead and make one. So what's the first thing that we're going to do? Somebody, anybody, what's the first thing we're going to do?
Sanitize?
What was
You
that?
clean their face.
So, okay, good one. We're pretending we're already prepped. So we're ready to use the actual woods lamp. Prep is done.
Would you get the black
either-
cloth?
Say it again.
Would you get the cover for like the lamp?
So
You prepare to cover their face.
grab the machine. So I can't grab the machine yet because is my room ready? No. Do I even have the machine? If before I put the machine in my hands, what do I need to do to my hands?
Turn off the lights or dim the lights.
Sanitize.
Sanitize, turn off the lights, prep the room. So we're gonna sanitize. We've already sanitized post the service before it, right? So we did the magnifying lamp. Now we're going to sanitize after using the magnifying lamp. So we're gonna sanitize again. We're gonna darken the room. So turn off any light. Once we've done that, because we touched something else, we're gonna sanitize again. After we've sanitized again, we're gonna prep the device. If the room is dark and you don't need the cape, we won't use the cape. So if not, explain the cape. CAP and give clients disclosure as far as the cape. Once you've prepped the device, the room is dark and no cape is needed. If there is a cape, you're going to give the client the disclosure of the cape. You're going to cover the client's eyes, and you're going to do that with a minimum of 4 cotton rounds. Have y'all seen the sun tanning glasses?
Yes.
Because you're using UV light, I like to also include these sun tanning glasses so that their eye is blocked a little bit better. Once I've done that, I'm going to let the client know to keep their eyes closed. And if it bothers them, let me know. So to keep their eyes closed, and then I'm going to turn on the machine, then bring the machine to my client's skin. So I'm turning it on away from them, and then I'm going to bring it to my skin, to the client's skin, and then I'm going to do the analyzing. There's no touching really involved because you're looking for color. If you are going to use the woods lamp consistently, I would take a screenshot of something like this. course, when I need it, I can't. Oh, it's on shopping. Duh. Okay. I would take a picture of a chart like this. Print it, laminate it, and keep it at my station so that I can always reference what the colors are, as opposed to trying to memorize what color shows what. That way it's, it's easier for me to use that and go throughout the process. So I'm going to identify the color. So looking for color. And then from there, I'm going to remove it from the client. Turn it off. Put it down. And then I'm going to sanitize. And I'm ready to go into the next step of the service, which in this case is the skin specific or the second cleanser. Their eyes closed. Perfect. Okay. Does anybody have any questions on using the Woods lamp? Who has never used the Woods lamp? Anybody have never used the Woods lamp?
I've never used one.
Okay, next time you do a facial, I would work through and use the Woods lamp so that you can actually see it in real time and get an opportunity to play with it. The same thing is going to be for the same process for the Woods lamp and the magnifying lamp. So what I'm going to do is do Woods lamp, and then I'm going to do a / mag lamp. The only caveat is you're not looking for color. So let's make a note here at the bottom. That's the only difference between the magnifying lamp and the Woods lamp. And obviously the room, you'll want the light from the magnifying light. So light and looking for color is the difference when you're using the Woods lamp and when you're using the magnifying lamp. So for your basic facial, we've gone through all 6 segments: cleansing, exfoliating, extracting, massage, mask, dermal layering, deep treatment. We've gone through how to use the steamer, how to use the hot towel cabbie, how to use the Woods lamp, how to use a magnifying lamp. At this point, everyone should be able to follow those steps and perform a basic facial. What questions about a basic facial, if any, do you have right now?
Can you use a cold towel?
Can I use a cold towel? In what place?
In place of a hot towel for a chemical peel?
Yes, I can use a cold towel in place of a hot towel if I'm doing something like a chemical peel. I can also use a cold towel in place of a hot towel if I have a client who is having an allergic reaction or sensitivity. I can use a cold towel instead of a hot towel if I have performed a wax and I want to relax the area and close those follicles. I say close because the follicles are never really closed, but I want to, when you heat up the skin, you're expanding the follicle. So think of a cold towel application as something you would do to allow those follicles to contract so that they're not as easily penetrable again. So you can use a cold towel at any point, any time, so that you can bring down the skin, contract those follicles so that penetration is not as easy as it would have been when you're using a warm surface. Does that explain the difference between using a cold towel and a hot towel? Any other questions regarding a basic facial? There's no silly questions. Ask away. Anything that's been plaguing you about a basic facial? Anybody have any?
I have a question.
Okay.
So are there any steps that we may have to skip or accommodate to a male who has a beard?
Good question. Really, really good question. So a men's facial, key differences. Instead of working upward, you can work the client's skin. You can use downward motions more so when you're working on a male skin. when working in the beard, I do everything in the beard except for exfoliation products and the actual mask. I have seen spas and salon have men's facials, like specific to men, where they do exfoliate the beard and they do put mask in the beard. What I would do is to make sure I'm using enough to saturate the beard, but not the hair. So if they have a longer beard, I'm not gonna have exfoliator out here. I'm only gonna have exfoliator in the area where there's skin. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'm also going to find, I'm almost positive there is a men's facial protocol. Can you do me a favor? Can you email me in ClassReach and say, can you locate the men's facial protocol? So the next session, we can actually go through a full protocol for a male facial instead of just the caveats. Yes, there are differences, there's slight differences, but ultimately there is a protocol for it. I just don't know exactly where it is. So if you'll email me in ClassReach, I'll get it, prepare it, and we can do it, a breakdown for a men's facial in the next session. If you'll do that for me, I'd appreciate it. Any other questions for facials? We've got about 15 minutes before I break you guys for lunch. I'm not gonna clock you out. I'm gonna step off of Zoom so that I can actually have a lunch and do some other stuff from 1:30 to 2:30, but you will not be clocked out. Even if you jump off the Zoom, that's fine. You won't be clocked out for it. So you'll get the hour as if you were on lunch. Before we go into classic lashes, does anybody have any questions from Jesus? Does anybody have any questions from the previous sections that we did?
No.
Perfect. All right, so into lash extensions, this is one of the easier protocols. Obviously, the talk through portion is going to be very simple because there's only so many steps to lash extension application. Where the details are going to come in is really in your lash prep and then preparing your supplies. From there, this is really one of those skills that is just going to take absolute practice. So if you have not already practiced these skills, I would start on your mannequin, focusing on that isolation, that isolation, separation, and placement and pickup. Yay, look at this, I can delete. Okay, so the first thing that we're gonna do, just like any other services, we're gonna start by sanitizing our hands. We're gonna wash, sanitize our hands, and then we're gonna begin with the lash prep. The lash prep is going to be to perform a lash bath. Do I need to break down the steps of a lash bath even deeper, or is everyone comfortable with a lash bath? Matter of fact, let's just summarize it. So lash bath, 1 pump. One pump or half pump of lash shampoo, dampen, brush, clean full eye and lashes. So you want to go under the brow, all the way up to under the brow, all the way down to under the eye itself, and clean all of that area. Once you've cleaned that area, you're going to rinse with water and 4x4. I got my lashes done by a student Thursday. She did them, and when she did the lash bath, instead of her rinsing the water and just pouring it over on my eye or wetting the 4x4 and then wiping it, she put the 4x4 on the eye and then saturated the 4x4. And instead of the water raining down, it just kind of sat there, and then she was able to wipe it off. I tried it for myself the next day and it worked really, really well. So that is something that you can try, but no matter what, you're just going to rinse the water and wipe it, rinse off the shampoo and wipe it with the 4x4. From there, you are going to fan dry while brushing the natural lashes. After you've done that, you're going to apply primer with the micro swabs. If you use the lint-free applicators, that's okay. Just make sure you're not oversaturating them and causing any water to drip into the eye. From there, you're going to fan dry the primer, and then again, while brushing. And then you can go into protecting the bottom lashes with tape, gel pads, or both. I like to brush the lashes out one more time. They may need more fan drying. If they're still slightly damp, you'll notice the difference between wet and dry lashes, because dry lashes look matte. Wet lashes tend to have a gloss to them and they clump together. And then once you've mapped the lashes and brushed them out, lash mat, brush out lashes, more fanning if needed, more fan drying if still damp. Then you're going to write out your lash map. Lash mapping is optional. I do recommend you do it so that you know where you're going and what your intention is. Once that's set up, you can prepare your lash extension supplies. So what I mean by preparing your lash extension supplies is you are going to set up your extensions. So whatever length and diameter you need, you're going to pull and set them up, whether that's on your hand or a tile. Then you're going to dispense your adhesive. You can do it into a glue ring, onto tile, or any other surface. As long as it's safe, sanitary, and effective, you're fine. Once you've dispensed that glue, you are ready to actually lash. In order to do that, you're going to isolate a natural lash. You're then going to pick up a extension, and let's just caveat that while maintaining isolation. Once you've picked up your extension, you're going to dip your extension. You are dipping. Let's do this. So you're going to pick up the extension in between the base, the top 1/3 and the middle 1/3. Does everyone know where I'm talking about? Everyone know where I'm talking about picking up the extension?
Yes. Yes.
If this is your extension, let's use the long one. This section is the top 1/3. This is the middle 1/3, and that is the base or the bottom 1/3. You're picking up between the top and the middle, about right here, and pulling forward towards you. You are then going to dip your extension. I like to dip about 1/3 to 1/2 of the base section only. So 1/3 to 1/2 of the base section. So the eyelash extension itself has 3 sections: the tip, the middle, and the base. When I am dipping 1/3 to 1/2 of the base into my adhesive and removing it slowly. So I'm dipping 1/3 to 1/2 of the base of the extension and removing it from the adhesive slowly. Oh no, I wasn't typing. This and removing it from. If you move out too fast, remember it kind of balls up and you get excess glue. And if you're working from the side, then you can be getting glue that has started to cure already. Okay. From there, you're going to apply the eyelash extension. My first choice in location is top. Second choice is either side. Third and very last option, underneath. Does anybody know why we avoid placing the extension underneath the natural lash? I know some of those. I've got some Lash Pros in here.
In case it looks guy.
Would apply the lash underneath because the eyelash is curly. You would apply it underneath.
Okay, someone said if the eyelash was curly, any other options? So the answer is if this is the natural lash right here, and we place the extension underneath, it could drag the natural lash down and kind of weigh it down. And that's gonna put more tension on the natural lash than is necessary. So unless I absolutely have to, I will place on the top or the sides, and if it's absolutely necessary, I'll place a very light lash from the bottom, but rarely am I placing from the bottom. From there, we're going to remove isolation after dry time has expired. So if your glue is a 3 to 5 second dry time, that isolation needs to be isolated with the extension on it for 3 to 5 seconds. Then you can remove that isolation. If your dry time is 1 second, you need to place the extension, go 1, remove the isolation. If the dry time is 0.5 seconds, 0.5 to 1 second, remove. If you remove the isolation, this is my isolation, this is my extension, too fast, when the side lashes come back in, they could stick to the glue. And you've got lumps and bumps in your extensions now. So you want to isolate and wait the appropriate time for your glue dry time to elapse, and then remove your isolation. Is that new to anyone? Okay, so let's expand the protocol that we have a little bit more. What I'm gonna add is dry with fan and brush every 15 to 30 minutes. That way you can make sure any lashes that are ready to fall out, go ahead and get shed out. And you can make sure that your placement is good. I'm also going to add that once you are done. Yes, ma'am. Okay, once you are done lashing, you need to look at the lashes from in front of the client. So they're still laying down. You're normally behind them. I want you to stand up, go to the side of them and look at the lashes before you untape them, before you do anything, to make sure that they're even on both sides. Once you've done that, you can go sit back down. I like to slightly lift the lash, the lid, the eyelash lid, and check for any sticking to the bottom. If there is stickies, I'll slightly separate, and then I'll take my tweezer and go underneath and pop them or peel them apart. And then I also check for stickies in the lash application. So making sure that there's not 2 natural lashes stuck to each other. And then from there, I'll fan dry again. At this point, you can bond using Wingy. You can bond using micro swabs and bonder. And then from there, fan dry again. I like for my client to look at the lashes with the tape still on to make sure there's nothing that I want to correct. And then I have client open and check, have client open eyes and check. And then I like to finish the service by untaping them. So untape and help client up. Everyone that has just joined, if you will please text me your 4-digit clock-in number into the chat, I will get you clocked in. Does anybody have any questions on the eyelash extension application process? No, ma'am. Okay, everyone comfortable going through the eyelash extension process? Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next one. Hold on. There we go. Lash removal methods. Okay, for our lash removal methods, there are two methods that we are going to go over. That's the full removal and the pinch and peel method. If you have not had a chance to do either one of these removals, I would start them both first on the mannequin. And if not, if you have had a chance to do it on the mannequin, but not a person, I would do an application and then do a full removal. So like apply 10 and do it as a full removal, and then apply and then do the pinch and pull method.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so for the first one, let's
Okay.
go with the pinch and peel. So the first thing that we're going to do is sanitize. Now we're going to assume if we're doing pinch and peel, the client has already been prepped for eyelash extensions. So this is not us going in and doing just pinch and peel. If the client was just getting a removal, they still would need to be prepped because we're doing the full removal and they'll need the iPads. If we're doing pinch and peel, the client is already prepped with lash baths and taping. So to do the pinch and peel, we're going to sanitize our hands. We're going to isolate the extension that we're removing. We can remove extensions that are grown out. We can remove extensions that are have sticky. So if it's stuck to another natural lash, we can do the pinch and pull. We can do the pinch and pull if the extension is turned or overall does not look nice. Now, for a general rule for the pinch and pull, we are only going to do that if we need to do 10 or less lashes. Okay, if I need to do more than 10 on each eye, it's a full removal for me. I'm not going to peel and pinch off 10 of them. If it's more than 10, it's a full removal for that eye. If it's less than 10, I'll pinch and pull. So once we've isolated the extension that we're removing, we're then going to use our pickup tweezer, well, our pickup placement. So pickup, which is in our dominant hand. And we're going to grab the natural lash with that tweezer. In our other hand, we're going to remove the isolation and grab the extension G-R-A-B, grab the extension that we are removing. So we've got our natural lash connected to one tweezer in our pickup placement hand. And in our other hand, we've got our isolation. We're going to remove our isolation, but grab the extension that we're removing. And then we're going to peel them apart. The pinching comes in when you need to break up the glue. If the extension has been placed for like more than a day, like this is your fill, I'd pinch it. If it has been just that appointment and you notice that it's got a sticky, or you don't like the way it was placed, or you're going to change the length or change the curl, then you can just pull it apart because it'll still be kind of wet. But once that adhesive has dried, you can pinch it with the tip of your tweezer right where the bond is to break it up, because it's going to harden like a cement, and then that'll help the peeling apart as well. Any questions on the peeling apart?
No.
Perfect. For the full removal, again, where the client would already be prepped. Actually, it wouldn't be prepped because you could do a full removal as a service on its own. So let's start from the beginning. We're going to sanitize. After we've, Lord, I can't type sanitize to save my life. After we've sanitized, we are going to go in and do a lash bath. After we've done the lash bath, we can tape the under eye. If I'm doing a removal, I'm only using tape. I'm not going to use gel pads and tape unless I'm charging for the removal. So you can do, your taping can be gel pad, tape, or combo. If I'm charging for a full removal, I'm going to do the combo because they're paying for it, $35 to $45 depending. Once I've taped the under eye, I am going to apply remover thinly at first. Thinly at first, and then stack it. You want to make sure that this doesn't run into the client's eye, and you also want to make sure that you communicate to the client that they may not be able to talk, so that you don't have to worry about the gel sliding or moving onto the eye itself or into their eye. You are concentrating this product on where the adhesive is. So this is not for the tip of the lashes. So concentrate it where the adhesive is. From there, you're going to allow it to sit for 10 minutes before your first test. Don't even try it before 10 minutes. If it's ready to go, remove. I like to remove with 2 lint-free applicators. You can also do micro swabs. I wouldn't do 4x4s because you're going to swipe in the eye and you're going to risk it moving. So if you need to, reapply remover. Careful not to double dip in your remover. Wait an additional 10 minutes. And then again, remove with 2 lint-free applicators and micro swabs. Some notes: be gentle and patient. This remover is going to take its time. Like, you can't go in there and put it on and then immediately start trying to brush it off. It doesn't work like that. Take your time, allow the adhesive remover to break down that bond. Remember, it's a permanent bond. That's like cement. So you want to make sure that you can go in and allow it to actually work before you attempt it. If you're moving and brushing the eyelid, I don't know if you noticed this, but it lifts anytime I put even the slightest amount of tension. So I want to avoid checking it for the first 10 minutes. And then after that 10 minutes, if there is any burning, I can use my squeeze bottle of water and squeeze it. You're most likely going to have to squeeze both eyes after that, because they're going to go like this. And the minute they do that squeeze, that remover's in their eye. So to be safe, 10 or 15 minutes, test it gently. Also, I have seen a student found this on TikTok. It was the coolest thing. The lash artist took another set of gel pads and covered it from the top. That way it kind of just sat there. And then after the 20 minutes, she was able to lift them together and pull the whole thing off. Let me see if I can find it. If I have a visual example of this. I don't have a visual example of, no, I don't have a visual example of that. But essentially they applied the gel pad like it is normally, and then they take another gel pad and put it on top, covering the top lashes and allowing it to sandwich in between. And then when it's ready, removing the whole sandwich and it'll pull all of them off. Another thing that I like to do is when I'm applying the remover, I like to take a wood stick and back it up to the lashes and then kind of paint the remover onto the wood stick. It allows me to keep a steady hand and prevent me from allowing it to kind of drip into the client's eye. It's really just a matter of, you know, kind of making it work for you. But the wood stick approach does help a lot because it'll keep the excess product from touching the bottom. And then I'm going to put that here, use a wood. Use a wood stick to catch excess remover during application. Now I'm going to go back to the protocol itself. So we've got some notes. Remember, we did a lash bath in the beginning. We're going to go ahead for the peel apart method. We're also going to do a lash bath in the beginning for the full removal. I like to do a lash bath just to make sure there's nothing left behind, no crazy stuff. I like to do a lash bath, clean it really good, get any makeup, dirt, debris off of the eye. And then I'm going to go in and do the removal. Once I've done the removal and all of the lashes are off, I'm going to do another lash bath. And if they are getting extensions again, then you would go retape them. If getting new set, I'm going to remove everything. That's not how you type everything, and retape. If not, getting new set, you can apply not a primer, but like a lash serum and send them from there. Any questions on remover and doing a removal? No one? Everyone comfortable walking through a removal based on the steps? Okay, let's go into pre-service and then end of day service. So pre-service, this is just preparing the treatment room for the actual service. So the first thing that we're actually going to do for the day, and this is like the beginning of the shift, we're going to do our EPA. Well, let's call it safety sanitation. So safety. Safety sanitation and infection control procedures. We're going to perform that at the beginning of the shift. And we're also going to perform that at the end of the shift. So I'm going to go ahead and put it in the notes already. So we're going to do our safety sanitation and infection control. Notice I didn't say we're going to start by sanitizing in this one. Really not necessary. It's falling into your safety sanitation and infection control. If you just ate a hamburger, obviously you're going to wash your hands, I would think, before you start at work. Wash your hands, do your EPA, wipe down your countertops. All your safety sanitation and infection control procedures need to be done pre-service the minute you walk into your office for the day. You're going to check your bookings. So you need to identify who's coming in and what they're getting. If you're working from a box system like I work from it, like we do at the school, I like to pull those boxes. So I know I need this, 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 and this. I'm pulling it from the main place. I'm also gonna do laundry. I'm also gonna make my bed. I'm also gonna make my station to be set up for whatever the services are that I'm gonna need for that day. I'm gonna make sure my environment is set, so I'm gonna do my environment. If I am doing a spa service, I'm gonna have my lights low, spa music, bed made for spa protocol. If I'm doing a wax, lights high, I've got my tweezers, all the stuff that I need. If I'm doing a lash service, I'm gonna do lights medium to high. If you are using a, what's that, ring light anyway, the medium to high lights won't negatively impact you. You can do medium lights for the room and then have your magnifying lamp above the client when it's time to start. If you need bright light, you can do high, highlight. When it comes to spa services, low light, spa music, bed for spa protocol, wax, you're gonna have highlight, lash, medium to highlight. Anybody have any questions about the spa environment? No, perfect. We are going to make sure that we have everything that we need for services for today. So make sure we have everything needed for service. Lord, not survive.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Do you do like any scents
Do I do any scent?
during the spa services?
Good question. So we have essential oils. The way I used to do spa services was I would allow the client while they're undressing to smell all the essential oils, like all the bottles. They can pick their favorite and pull it forward for me. When I come in, I'm going to use that at the beginning and during their massage and at the end of their service. For the room itself, that's part of the environment. So smell, sound, all that's going to play a factor. You can have essential oils in the room. You can have a room spray, you can have candles, you can have whatever ambiance you want to create that smell, but be mindful that you don't want anything offensive. So let's do smell. Nothing strong or offensive.
Do you suggest any essential oils or smells?
Lavender is also always great because it's good for relaxation and it's a neutral, good smelling fragrance, and most people aren't allergic to it. I also like using the room spray as opposed to essential oils because essential oils can turn rancid, but the Myers, I think it's called. This stuff is amazing. It doesn't linger for like at the end of the day. We keep these at the school. You can spray these and it won't overpower the room. So I actually prefer to use these over essential oils for the actual room. And then I use essential oils for the actual service. As long as your room is clean, it's gonna, it should smell nice. And with that said, you don't want to have any offensive perfume or anything like that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Somebody else have another question? Okay, let me send this message and I'll be right back with you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay. So there's smell, there's set the environment, make the bed stations, do laundry, Make sure you have everything you need for the service. Is there anything else anyone can think of when it comes to performing the pre-service? You've checked your bookings for today, so you know who's coming in. Anything pre-service that anyone else can think of that they would add to their service?
For like a lash service or any service?
Any service. So I'm thinking, when I say pre-service, I'm thinking more of setting your room up for whatever it is you do. If you're an esthetician, you may do lashes and then a facial or whatever. So for your room, this is your suite, right? Your environment. How are you going to make it ready outside of the safety, sanitation, and infection control? How are you going to make it ready for your customers?
Does the room have music?
Ooh, nope. So we'll add music. According to the service, we're gonna pick the music. I'm always gonna listen to like coffee shop R&B. I'm gonna listen to lo-fi, Afro beats, like something that really doesn't have words, that's overall chill. But with something like the Alexas, it's so easy to tell the client like, hey, whatever you want to listen to, just tell Alexa. And then that way you can't offend them with your music choices because they're picking. You know what I mean? But it's to me, I'm going to set the tone according to the service that I'm going to do. One thing that I was particular about is I didn't have curse words in my music. I always got the clean version because I never wanted the client to be offended in any way. So I always did the clean version of whatever genre that I'm doing. But ideally, asking the client what they want to listen to is the safest way to go. Because then it's like, oh, okay, well, I get to kind of set the tone for my appointment. Music, smell, setting the environments for lights. So set the environment and then we'll do this, lights. And then we'll do set the environment, smell, set the environment, music. Any more environments, items that we need to set? We've got laundry on the bed. We've got our laundry put away. We've got the client station ready. We've got, we know what bookings we've got for the day. We know who's coming in. Anything else? Pre-service before the client even comes in.
Making sure your room is stocked, making sure that like everything is.
Making sure the room is stocked. We'll put that under for make sure we have everything for the room. So stocking room.
A place for your clients to put their stuff.
Place for the client. Room, okay. Clean client area. What about the temperature?
Yes.
Oh, I guess grabbing a fan or like a heater or something like
A
that.
fan, yeah, setting the temperature, making sure it's not too hot or cold. If you're doing lash extensions, what else do you need to check?
The humidity.
The humidity. Y'all, I hope y'all not letting Crystal eat y'all up over there in Waco. Crystal eating y'all up, because where y'all at? She was like, the humidity. Okay.
Just trying to keep people away.
Absolutely not. Okay, anything else for setting up the environment? Setting up the room? I'm gonna make sure that there was two. I'm gonna make sure my breath is where it needs to be. So I'm gonna check myself. So I'm gonna check personal hygiene. And there was another one that came into my mind and I completely lost it.
Grooming.
Say it again.
Grooming.
I can't hear you.
Grooming.
Oh, hygiene. Okay, for hygiene, grooming.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I remember what it was. I'm gonna make sure my phone's off or on silent.
Yep.
There is nothing worse than your phone ringing in service. Even, I don't know if it bothers y'all, but when my phone, like my watch is ringing, because I don't know how to silence it, but when my watch rings, that bothers me. And I'm working with you guys. This is informal. So imagine if a client was in a service and it's like, you know, what the heck, her phone's going off every 3 minutes. So silencing technology, making sure that you're not going to have anything, you know, go off or interrupt the environment that you're trying to create. Are there any more that
Would
you can
you,
think of?
if like you have an alarm set, would you try to do like a more like calm sound, like bamboo, instead of like the wake up alarm where it wakes the person up per se?
Yes. What are you setting the alarm for? For you?
Well, I guess just in general too. Maybe just even kind of adding that to like the facial, even because I kind of like whenever I was getting facials in the past, they had the one alarm that this my wake up alarm. I would wake up kind of more, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. So instead of an alarm, what I would
Even
do
get a
is,
little digital clock.
yes, an analog clock is great because it's going to keep the seconds and the minutes. At the school, we have these, which Tiara will be changing the batteries for. But what I worked with was a little digital clock like this. It gave me the minutes, the hour and the minute. And then for the time, I've had spa services where they would use Tibetan singing bowls or like chimes at the end of a service. So instead of an alarm that makes that noise, here, I'll play one as an example. You can set an alarm that plays something like that, or you can literally, I have singing bowls. You can grab the singing bowl at the end of the service and make the little noise that way. But yeah, I would just, as long as it's not something aggressive, then that's absolutely fine. They have little triangles. You can play a triangle. These things are awesome. If you've never used one of them, love these. And you just pick a frequency and ring it. And it actually is really, really nice. If you've never been on a cruise, if you get facials on cruises, they tend to use these to end your service. If I'm not going to end my service with a alarm, like with a bell of some sort, like I said, if I'm using the essential oil, I will go to the client at the beginning of the service. I've got the essential oil on my hands, or I will get it and put it on a 4x4. I'm going to cover it right above the client's face. So I'm going to hover it. I'm going to tell them to take a deep breath and release, and we'll do that 3 times. And that's going to signal the start of the service. I'm going to use the same essential oil that they chose when I do the massage. So I'm going to take a little, tap it here, making sure that it's a blend, not a pure essential oil. Tap it here, do my massage, face, neck, whatever. And at the end of the service, I'm going to get my essential oil. I'm going to hover it again. I'm going to say, we're done with the service. If you will take a couple of deep breaths for me, breathe in. I'm going to do it with them, breathe out. And then once I'm done, I'm like, and that concludes your service. You have the ability to make this any and everything you want. You can be as extra as you want. You can be as clinical as you want. It depends on you and your business and your brand. If you're promoting the relaxation, the spa, absolutely do all of those things. But there are spa services like Skin Gym, I think is what it's called.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Skin Gym. Maybe, I don't know what it's called, but it's essentially like treatments. It's not about the relaxation. You're going in there and it's like a 100-step facial, but they're basically marketing to that. They're not going to end the service with a bell. No, they're going to, all right, you're done, let's go. Because we just did an intense treatment. So it's really up to you and what you're trying to create as far as your environment goes. Any more environmental things that we can think of before we go into ending the day?
Did you say smell?
Again?
Yeah. Miss Claire?
Yes, we did say smell, Crystal. Somebody just said Miss Claire. So what's up?
What about for us to use the washroom, like be ready before we start, so that way we don't have to interrupt.
I'm gonna add, use the ladies' room and prepare yourself mentally. Absolutely, both of those are very valuable. You don't, once the client's in the building, it's no longer about you. I would hold it. If I started a facial and I had to go to the bathroom and I'm 10 minutes in, I'm gonna hold it for 50 minutes. Because I'm not gonna leave my client. The only time I would leave my client if I absolutely had to go to the restroom was after I've done their face mask and I've done the neck and shoulder, the décolleté massage. I'll get up from that point, remove the steam, because remember, they can't keep that on them. I'll go to the restroom quietly. I'm not going to make any announcements. And then I'm going to come back and make it seem like that was just part of the thing. I've left in between, like in services before, because I knew I had a full day. If I've got 6 or 7 facials coming up, then I will leave the room while their mask is on and go prep all the stuff that I need, take all the dirty stuff out for the next service. So when I'm switching the room, I can do it in 2 to 3 minutes as opposed to 5 to 10. Like my tools and implements, all that stuff soaking and ready to go. When I leave, when the client leaves, all I have to do is change the bed, EPA everything, and reset up for the next person. But I rarely leave the actual treatment room when a client is getting a service. If you have a sink, if you can quietly wash your dishes and things, I would, but if you are going to be like sloshing around, then I would just wait till you're done. But it's nice to have that sink because you can prepare, you can prepare for that next service. Any more pre-performing the service, setting up our treatment room that anybody can think of? I didn't put it, but I'm going to go ahead and put it just to clarify. You're going to make sure all your devices are working. All machines, devices, and they are plugged in and untangled. I don't remember who was in the room, but I did the galvanic and it was like a pain trying to untangle those cords. And that was just a demo. So I'm at the beginning of my shift, I'm going to make sure my machines and devices are plugged in, untangled. I've got the battery necessary to sustain whatever I need to sustain. Everything's where I need it to be. And then I'm going to go from there. Of course, you can make adjustments in the service, but the less things you have to fix, the easier it's going to be for you. Okay, from here, if you will, I need to return a message. So I'm going to give us 5 minutes. I'm going to give us 4 minutes. It's 3:16. I'm going to move on to the next one at 3:20. It's going to be performed at the end of day safe. And we've already got safety, sanitation, and infection control. So I'll be right back. Bless you. All right, post-service, end of day cleanup. You are obviously going to do your safety, sanitation, infection control. So I'm going to put there that as a general. But first, you're going to place all soiled linens, laundry in the covered receptacle. You're going to discard any unused disposables in a covered trash container. You're going to dispose of extraction lancets in a sharps container. I'm going to remove this because that is actually not in our scope. If you do use lancets because you are being naughty and you're not following the rules, shame on you. But if you are going to do that, I would keep a sharps container like this available just in case. Not that any of you guys are going to not follow the rules because you are good law-abiding citizens, but in the case of a situation where you don't, you do need to have one of those. You're going to wipe down all equipment with an EPA-approved disinfectant. I am going to put on here with gloved hands. At both locations, you should have some pink, like 90s kitchen gloves. You should be using those whenever you're working with EPA. So you should be using gloved hands and either whether that's the spray or the soak, and or if you're letting it soak, anytime you're working with EPA, I would wear the gloves. You're going to clean your trolley and work surfaces, clean and disinfect the bottom tray and the inside of the towel warmer after removing used items. Make sure, I'm going to put in here, make sure towel warmer is off. And I wouldn't spray EPA directly into the towel warmer. I would spray a towel or a 4x4 or a paper towel and wipe it down. Adding to that for the towel warmer, there is a drip tray. You're going to pull it out, clean it, and allow it to be put back dry. Another little tip is your hot towel. Your hot towel cabinet should be stored open and off. So once you're done with it, it should be open and off. If you leave it closed, sometimes it's not too much of a problem, but if you leave it closed and it's wet, you can, it'll harbor bacteria and mold can grow from that. So I like to leave it open, or I used to leave it open. I don't use it anymore, but I would leave it open and dry. That way it's good to go. You're going to reset your products and disposable items and replenish clean robes and spa wraps. We use them, we like to leave the beds made with a spa wrap on top. If that's not your preference and you're in the real world, just make sure that the linens are prepped and ready for the next day. Don't leave any linens in the washing machine. Let's make a note. Don't leave any linens wet overnight, and don't leave any linens in the washing machine. They get moldy and they get moldy fast. Thank you very much for that, Crystal. It's not like we love our linens that much. That's why they look like that, the way they look. But for the linens that you provide yourself, you want to take care of them. And the fastest way to break them down is to leave them wet overnight, or leave them in the washing machine overnight. You just don't want to do it. You're going to use an antibacterial dish soap and warm water to wash the used bowls and any multi-use implements. Spray with EPA and rinse dry thoroughly. You're going to change the linen on the treatment table. And if you have another service, you're going to reset the treatment room. So that was all end of service checklist. One of the things we got back on our surveys was making sure that we're all comfortable with the safety, sanitation, and infection control. So I have a document. That I created. Don't know where it is. It's here. I will find it and I will send it out to everyone. And starting tomorrow, when you come in, we'll actually work through it. Each person will get to work through that list and that step by step. But the end of service checklist is what you should be doing after each service. And the prep is what you should be doing before each service. So fully completing your safety, sanitation, and infection control pre and post service. If you are unsure what that process is, starting tomorrow when you come in, you'll get a protocol like this for how to use the EPA, how to wash your hands. I think those are the ones, that's the only two that are actual protocols. But starting tomorrow, you'll get that when you come in. I'll email it out to everyone and the instructors will go over it with you individually if you need to, so that everyone's familiar with the safety, sanitation, and infection control. You can't rush the process. Just make sure you go through it and give each step the appropriate time. We're also going to make sure we have enough sanitizer, and I'm going to send everyone a link to a pocket hand sanitizer that I want everyone to start bringing in with them. That way we're sanitizing, myself included, before and after we do any and everything. That way we can get in good habits. For the end of the day checklist, completing the end of service checklist and check the schedule for the next shift or work day. So just like the beginning of the shift, you checked what's coming up for the day. At the end of the shift, you should be checking what's coming up for tomorrow. You should turn off and unplug all equipment, leave the towel warmer door open to dry, and empty the tray underneath before cleaning and disinfecting. Clean anything that is not being cleaned after the service, including the equipment, bed, sink, countertops, even doorknobs, light bulbs, if you need light switches, if need be.
Yes, it's over here, right? Sorry, Cliff.
No, you're good. Refill all containers and supplies, cotton rounds, 4x4s, wax sticks, any products needed. Remove water from the steamer and place the jar upside down to dry on a towel or paper towel. Again, mold, bacteria, all of those things fester. So you don't want to leave anything wet, you want to leave it dry. You want to dry it out. If you did not use all of the water from the steamer, at the distilled water, you can put it back into the container because it's not contaminated, or you can just pour it out. It's up to you. If it's a quarter of a thing, pour it out, get started. Don't put water in your steamer for a client until you know that the client is actually going to be there for the service, or if you have a service after them that you can use it. But for the last client, I'm not going to fill that water up until the client's there and I'm ready to use it. I'm going to check the floors, sweep and mop as required, check for wax spills. If you look around you, those that are in facility and you see those brown little sticky wax, that's wax that has spilled on the ground and that was not cleaned up. So you want to make sure that you make a genuine effort to get that stuff up as often as possible, because if not, you're just creating a bad environment for yourself. Remember, it's your space, take care of it. Empty waste containers, replace clean trash liners. At the school, we have a cleaning crew, so they do all of that. Remove personal items from the area, including the school fridge. Turn off lights, have the spa manager check the treatment room, and no dishes and implements left in the sink. Give me a second, I'm coming. I need to get the door. I'm going to step off for just a second again, and then after that, if we don't have any questions, I'm coming. Then we will move to lash removal.
Isn't responding.
How's it going?
Hard. Go hard? It was really hard. Yeah. Did you fans or this? No, I did. Singles, man. Oh, yeah. Singles are so hard. It's really hard to do on a person because they just, you know what I mean? Like, men, they don't do nothing. Yeah. But then you use your, like the lashes. I mean, I will say yes and no. Because we'll have very different lengths of lashes too. Yeah. Which is like. I don't have a jade stone.
I'm coming, ladies. Think of your questions. If you don't have any, we'll go right to the lash room, the next one.
You didn't get the rings in your tail? I hate them, dude. I can't figure out how to like. I had started out with that, but I couldn't figure out how to like get it like without tipping over onto my mother. I was like, this is stressing me out. I don't want to get glue on her. I don't know.
Claire, what questions?
Oh, she's not.
Oh,
Yeah, she's away currently.
okay. Never mind.
I'm sorry, I'm back. Go ahead. What
Oh. They were asking, what did you say about ask your questions?
Oh, if they had any questions for the post-service end of day, now's the time.
Oh, well, so.
Have a checklist. Yeah. Have a checklist. I would have checklists because I need one, but.
What else?
None.
No questions.
Perfect. All right, we're gonna jump back to facials because we skipped extractions for the segments. I thought we did it. Did we not do extractions?
No.
Okay, I will do extractions next. Okay. That's what I get. Let's just go back to extractions. And then after extractions, I think we're going to lash and brow tinting and then lash lifting. Where is there we go. Gotta make your mind. Okay, we are back into extraction mode. I'm sorry, facial mode. And we're going to go into extractions. So for extractions, again, it's a short one of those services. There's not much weight to it. For the sake of a basic facial, all we're talking about is manual extractions using a extractor or the wrap method. Okay. First thing we're going to do is sanitize. After we've sanitized our hands, we're gonna make sure we have on gloves. We probably have on gloves already because remember we did the exfoliation and now we're going right to extraction. So we can sanitize our gloves and then gloves. So we're gonna put sanitize gloves because we're gonna assume that we already have them on. And then we are going to start using the de-encrustation solution. So we're going to apply the de-encrustation solution to the areas that are needing extraction. Has anybody never used the de-encrustation solution? Don't have any idea what it is?
Yes.
Yes, I
Okay.
don't have an idea.
Don't have an idea. So let me just go through it real quick. Gotta make you mind.
I saw it. I saw it when Claire was here. Yeah, Desi did it on Victoria.
Yep. So that's when I did it with galvanic on top. But even in a basic facial, you can still use the de-encrustation solution. It is a product that is designed to actually soften the sebum in the follicle to make it easier for you to extract. So it has a potential hydrogen or a pH of 7.8 to 8.3. On cleansed skin, apply a thin layer of the gel to the areas of impaction to prepare the skin for extraction. You can steam this for 3 to 5 minutes or allow it to sit under a hot towel for 7. And then you're going to perform the extractions and remove the remaining product with water. If you are doing it on top of underneath galvanic, you would apply the galvanic and then you would apply the gel to the areas that you're going to extract, perform galvanic, and then immediately extract. If you are not going to be using galvanic, but you still want to use the de-encrustation gel, then you are going to allow it to sit under steam for 3 to 5 minutes or under a hot towel for 7 minutes, and then you're going to extract. So moving forward, we can start using the de-encrustation gel. If you need help with it tomorrow, while you're in the facility, that's absolutely fine. We'll apply it and then do some extractions. You'll see the difference it takes with the extractions, how it makes it easier for the extractions to actually come out. Why can't I find the sheet that I was working with? Did I mess up? Son of a biscuit. Am I crazy? Because where's the, oh, there it is. Whew. I was about to be stressed out. So apply de-encrustation solution to areas needing extraction, 3 to 4 minutes under steam, 7 minutes under hot towel, or under galvanic. Okay, she did what she needed to do. Perfect. And then from there, so this doesn't know I'm trying to spell towel. From there, we're going to use extraction tool or finger method. Has anybody ever seen the finger method for extraction?
Yes, you use like 2 4x4s
Yep.
in your fingers.
And spread the skin and then roll the skin up. You can also use cotton swabs to actually go in and extract, all of which are my least favorite methods. I much prefer the extractor, but I will make a note for myself to find, who just said that? Rosie, was that you? Rosa?
Yes.
Can you email me in ClassReach and tell me to locate the extraction videos for the finger method and the extractor and with cotton rounds?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And then after that, just as a note, I recommend only attempting an impaction twice, 3 times if it is prepped and should come out, but 2 times is really the maximum. You don't want to overwork the skin and cause any bruising or damage. So only attempt impaction 2 times from 2 directions. And that's the end of that. If it doesn't come out, it's not ready. For my level 2s, you should know that if that happens, I would use my high frequency to actually go in and prep that impaction so that it'll heal quicker. From there, we're going to use 2 dampened 4x4s to remove excess products or residue. For the people who were here earlier, what can we use in place of water? Toner. Toner. We can do everything but drink toner at this point in life. Okay, water toner, and that is extraction. Anybody have any questions on basic extractions? I'm gonna have videos set up so that you can actually see them as well. But that is the step. If we were writing it out, talking it out, that's how we would perform extractions. Ms. Rosa is going to send me an email so that I will make sure to locate either the school's version of those videos or get you some temporary videos so that you can actually see it and do it in facility with your instructors. Okay, that's not gonna work. I'm gonna move on. Lash and brow tinting. Who's ready for lash and brow tinting? Perfect. All right, we've already got them set up for lash and brow tinting, so there's already some information. All right, pre-service treatment set up like normal. So like any other service, we're gonna do the pre-service treatment. We're gonna set up for the lash and brow tinting. Just like we would any other service, making sure we have all the tools and items that we need to do the service. From there, we're going to do the greeting, escort the client, ensure, discuss the intake, provide the robe if necessary. For this service, they don't need to change. Let's make a note of that. Okay, so if they are only getting a lash lift and tint or only getting brow tinting, they do not need to change. I would just make sure to protect their clothing. Instruct them on where to be, what to do, bolster, cover them, and then drape them as necessary. For the actual procedure, the first thing that we're going to do is what? If y'all aren't tired of hearing me
Sanitize our hands.
Thank you. Sanitize our hands. We want to make sure that that's done. And then we are going to remove any eye makeup. You don't have to remove the lip makeup if they're not getting another service. So I'm going to delete lipstick. We're going to remove the eye makeup. You don't have to do a full facial cleansing. You can do a eyebrow or eyelash cleansing. It says perform facial cleansing. This can be area specific or full face, depending on what it is that you're doing. From there, you're of course going to remove the cleanser, make sure there's no residue left on the skin, a quick skin analysis of the area that you're tinting. Just to make sure there are no contraindications and everything is going to be fine. You can even do a patch test at this point. Okay, so if they're coming back for service later, you can do a patch test at this point. Why is this? Okay, that's just in the wrong place. Good to know. That's wrong, wrong. Delete. Perfect. Okay, so we have done the cleansing. We have done the analyzing of the area. We've done the patch test to make sure if we're going to set them up for the patch test to send them home if they're not getting the service the same day. And then from there, we can go into brow tinting or lash tinting. I don't have. Hey, Crystal, do you have the protocol for brow and lash tinting in front of you?
Not in front of me, but I can pull it.
You can pull it for me, can you? So I can look at the screen.
And Miss Claire,
Yes, ma'am.
if the client wants, let's say, for example, a facial in lashes and eyebrow lift and tint, I will do the facial first and then this,
They
or
want a facial. What else do they want? Lash and brow tinting. Are you gonna wax?
yes, let's say that I'm gonna wax. So I will do the facial first.
I would wax first. Facial. In the facial, if I wax the eyebrows, I'm gonna avoid exfoliation around the eyebrows. That's why we'll do the wax first. So I'm gonna wax, facial, avoiding a double exfoliation wherever you wax. So if I wax the lip and the eyebrow, I'm not gonna do exfoliation around the lip or eyebrow. After my wax, I did the facial. After my facial, I'll do the lash lift and tint. If you are trying to save time, when the mask is on the client's skin, I would do the lash tint and the lash lift. Well, the lash tint, because you could do the lash lift too, because you would just have them open their eyes, apply the gel pads, apply the mask, and then tint the brows and lash lift and tint the eyelashes. And then I would remove those things, remove the facial mask, and continue with the dermal layering.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. You can customize the steps of that. If you prefer to work full, like finish this, then do this, then finish this, the order would be waxing, facial, lash lift and tint. But I would incorporate my lash lift and tint or my brow tint into the steps of the facial. That way I'm not adding more time, but I got paid more.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Crystal, let me know when you can show up.
Yes.
You got it. Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing my
You
screen.
want the lash?
Yeah, that's
What-
perfect.
You want me to use this one?
Ooh. No, just the one that says brow tint, the lash and brow tinting. So I'm gonna share my screen again. If you'll just read the steps to me in order, I'll type them down. I'll type them out. So hold on one second. Let me start sharing again. I gotta make it move. Okay. I'm ready when you are, Crystal, for the steps.
Wash your hands, put on gloves.
Perfect.
Gather and set up supplies.
Okay.
Wet cotton pads.
Okay.
Conduct client consultation and have client sign the release form. Drape
Perfect.
client with headband.
Okay, that's what I didn't have on here. So sanitizing gloves, and then we're gonna drape client. Actually, we draped them in the earlier step. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna ask, is that optional or do you have to drape?
It's optional. So I'm gonna put it in the first part before the procedure, optional head drape for this service, but you can drape them.
Okay.
I updated the drape part of the protocol.
I get that question a lot.
Yeah, you don't have to drape them for that. I would, but it's not gonna hurt you if you don't.
I tell them depending on the hair.
Yeah. If the client's hair might get in your way, just drape it. Good catch. Okay. what's next?
Cleanse the brow and or lash area. All makeup must be removed and the area cleaned and dried before applying tint.
Okay. Is that the last of what it says on the paper?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, let me expand from there. So after we've dried the area well, we've analyzed the skin. Next, we're gonna mix our tint according to the color the client needs. You're gonna mix.
Oh, wait.
You found some more?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So brush brows into place. So taking the mascara on.
Okay.
And brushing those brows into place. And then the next step is apply petroleum jelly.
There, okay.
A Vaseline with cotton swab directly next to the area where you are tinting to protect the skin, covering the area where you do not want the tint. Do not touch the hairs with the petroleum jelly.
Perfect. So we are using an inclusive barrier to stop the tint from moving to areas that we don't want it. So we're going to outline the brow with the occlusive barrier, Vaseline, gel works. What else is that? You can use a lotion if you needed to. Something that won't roll, but something that will sit and stay in place that the tint won't be able to tint the skin underneath. And then you're going to avoid the actual hair.
Do you want for the lashes too, or just the brows?
Lashes as well. Well,
Okay.
let's do the finish out the brow, and then we'll underneath that, we'll do the lash part.
Okay. Yep. Then I'll skip that part.
Okay.
Skip that. Okay. That's lashes. tip brush, 4 clips, all-purpose comb, your mannequin. And I'll go get you a blank reading, sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay, I got to. Okay, prepare your timer according to manufacturer's directions and
Okay,
have wet cotton swab ready for use for rinsing.
perfect. Pause right there. So I moved, after analyze the skin, I moved mixed tint according to the color the client needs, and you're gonna mix it 1-to-1. And then we're gonna allow that to develop for at least 2 minutes. So it's developing in your little cup for about 2 minutes before we use it. While that's happening, so while that's developing, not while, so while that's developing, you want to move on. So from there, we're gonna brush the brows into the shape that we want them. We're gonna apply the occlusive barrier, avoiding the hair. We're going to prepare a timer for how long we're gonna allow it to saturate. Depending on what look you're going for, I recommend preparing your timer for a 30 seconds, a 60 seconds, and a 2 minutes. So for the 30 seconds, I'm gonna use that for the head of the brow. For the 60 seconds, I'm gonna use that for after the head and the tail. And then for the 2 minutes or more, that's gonna be for the tail only so that it's darker. That's how you're gonna get ombre. If you want all one color, all areas stay saturated for the same amount of time. Does that make sense the way I said it?
Okay. To me, it does.
To do it does?
Medicine, yes, said yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Did somebody else have a question? Okay.
No.
Perfect, perfect. Okay. So from there, we prepared the timer, so we're ready to go. Crystal, is there any more prepping for the brow, or are we ready to apply when it comes to the steps?
It just talks about the mixing.
Perfect. So we've already mixed it and we allowed it to develop. So using a angled brush, apply product, starting in the area you want the darkest. So I'm going to start with the tail. I'm going to start with the outline for the bottom and top of the brow. Then I'm going to fill in the tail. And then I'm going to fill in the middle. And then I'm going to fill the head. After the 30 seconds has passed, I'm going to swipe away my head of my brow. I said minutes, 30 seconds. When I'm doing lash and brow tinting, I will not wipe with wet until I'm completely done. Now, it's not wrong if you do a wet cotton round, but I do a dry one first, get it all off, and then I'll go in and wet it. I have had people do lash lift and tints and they didn't use wet at all. They do only a dry 4x4 or cotton round. And then the next day, the client was allowed to wash the brow. So it's really up to how long you leave it there to saturate. The longer it's on there, the darker it's going to be because the longer it's had to develop. So after the 30 seconds, I'll sweep away the head of the brow. After 1 minute, I will sweep away the middle. After 2 minutes, sweep away the tail. If you need to at that point to correct any areas, reapply and let sit for 30, 60, 90 seconds. I want to add above that, after you have filled in the brows, I like to take a lint-free applicator and clean up the bottom and top lines. Let me show you what I mean.
Just a disclaimer.
Okay, there she's doing it here. So you can see it in action of what I mean by cleaning the bottom.
Sorry, I accidentally closed it out.
That's okay, no worries. Okay, honestly, I hate the way she's doing that. I need to show it being cleaned.
So when you do a brow tinting, how do you keep their eyebrows from, I guess, not looking boxy, but like still taking the color in the front?
So that has to do with how long you saturate it. So I think you were out by this time I said this, but I leave the part of the brow, the head of this brow right here. I only leave them on for 30 seconds and then I take it off. And then I let the rest of it continue to develop. Do you see how she it up with a Q-tip? I do that with a cotton round, not a cotton round, with a lint-free applicator because it's a straight edge and I just take it and sharpen that line. But I would have taken this off already so that it's much lighter than the rest of the brow. So the longer you leave it on, the darker it'll be. So if I know that I want an ombre look, when I apply it to the brow, I'm starting at the tail. I'm actually starting at my outline. So I'm going to do my outline from here back on both sides, on the top and the bottom. Then I'm going to fill in the tail. I'm going to fill in the middle. I'm going to fill in the head. After 30 seconds, the head comes off with a dry cotton round. After 60 seconds, the middle comes off. After 2 minutes, the tail comes off and I just swipe them. Remember, you've got the occlusive barrier, so that excess that wipes off is not going to stain the skin. If it does stain the skin, you can spray a cotton round or 4x4 or Q-tip with alcohol and clean up the area outside of your brow. It works really, really well. But because it's developing, I take off the head first so that it's light, but it's still got a little bit of a shadow. And then I let it gradually get darker. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, because I saw a video the other day and the lady put the paint like in the front of her eyebrow, but then she kind of like swiped it off and then got a spoolie and just like scrubbed it like the front of the brows.
Yep, same thing. There's no wrong way to do it. It's what's going to be more comfortable for you and how you're going to have the most control. Essentially, the protocol is clean the area, shape the brows, apply the tint, remove the tint. Everything that you do in between is technique. Your technique is going to be different from her technique, So it's really a matter of you learning what application and removal method works best for you. But essentially all you're doing is cleaning the area, shaping the brows, mixing the tint, applying the tint, allowing the tint to develop for as little as 30 seconds, as long as 10 minutes, removing it, and then correcting from there. That's the steps of a brow tint. Any more questions on the steps? Did everyone get to see her cleaning it up? This is her removing it. I don't know if you saw how she rolled that Q-tip so that the excess products rolls onto the Q-tip and not spreads out. That's a really good way to help keep it clean. And so she said in the note, she reapplied for another minute. She's got more skin that she's tinting than hair. So she can leave it on a little longer to actually get that skin area to actually show up. But that's the result. You're putting it on, you're taking it off. It looks really pretty too. She did a good job. But to get that sharp line, I use a lint-free applicator. You can do, passes after pass. The longer you leave it on, the darker it will be. So I would start short and then work my way up as far as time goes so that it's not too dark or too light for the client. Once you're done, then I take a wet one. I take a wet cotton round or 4x4. And remove. iPhone, I'm sure you're somebody that's kind of rejoining, but if you haven't been clocked in, please type in your number for me. Okay, so we have brow tint. What about lash tint? Crystal, can you tell me the steps to the lash tint?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. It goes back to the petroleum jelly. It says apply on the skin above the eye, above the lashes, just next to the lash line.
Okay.
Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay. Apply pads underneath the eyes and over the cream to keep tint from bleeding onto the skin. Use paper sheets in the tint kit.
Hold on one second. My phone started ringing. So don't. Apply gel pads to the bottom lashes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Say it again.
Apply pads under the eyes and over the cream to keep tint from bleeding onto the skin.
Perfect. If you are going to use the occlusive barrier on the top of the lash line, so at the top, that's fine. If you're going to use a gel pad on the bottom, I wouldn't put the occlusive barrier under the gel pad because it's going to slip. So either the occlusive barrier or the gel pad under the eye. I recommend the gel pad and just do it like you would for eyelash extension.
Now, what do you do if somebody's allergic to Vaseline?
You would not use Vaseline if they're allergic to the Vaseline barrier. That is a good question. I've only ever heard of that happening once. I think that happened in Waco. But if the client, was it her?
Yeah.
Okay, then I wouldn't use the Vaseline on the client. What I would do is gel pad for the bottom and tape on the top. Do y'all remember in Waco when I showed you last week for the lash lift and tint, how you can put the tape on the lid, the top of the lash? You would do the same thing. So let me see if I can find a picture.
I don't think the person that saw it is here, but
I'll try to find a picture. Okay, here's a picture. So do you see how the lash lift pad is on the client's lid? But they also put a piece of tape down to protect the lid from getting the pad stuck to it. You could do that in place of a occlusive barrier. So on the lash line at the top, a piece of tape and then gel pad on the bottom. That way, when you are applying the tint, it will not touch the skin. If the tint gets on the skin, like I said, alcohol on a 4x4, wipe the area gently and it'll come right off. And you don't want the 4x4 to be fully saturated. Here's another example of that.
That's a good example.
It really is. They call it the shielding position. There we go. Great little tip. I never would have thought to do that either. It's genius. But that way, you know that it's not going to stick onto the tint will not get onto the client's lid if you don't want to use a Vaseline. I would prefer using this over an occlusive barrier because it's way less messy, but either way. So I'm going to do occlusive barrier, but then I'm going to do / tape. So
Of course, lashes out.
yeah, you want the lashes out. Occlusive barrier to avoid the hair, / or tape. And then I'm gonna do the same for the bottom or tape around the area.
Let me know when you're ready for the next part.
I'm ready for the next part. Thank you.
Okay. Adjust pads, have client close their eyes. And make sure they don't bunch up or too close to the eye if you're using pads.
Okay. Ready for the next one when you're there?
It's going back to prepare your timer accordingly to manufacturer's directions and have a wet cotton swab ready to use for rinsing.
Perfect. Prepare your timer. The difference for this is going to be prepare your timer and then fully saturate
And
the lashes. Go ahead.
It does say, note, you can start with the lashes and do them while the lash tint is processing. Generally, tint can sit on lashes longer than brows if you are going for a natural brow look.
Perfect. So we can prepare our timer and then we'll fully saturate the lashes. We're going to leave this for 10 minutes. For lash lift and tint, I would do the darkest brown, black, or blue black. There's no point of doing blonde. There's no point of doing the auburn or the light brown. If your client is afraid of black, do black and brown 1-to-1. That way it's not as dark, but it is also not brown because brown's not going to do anything for you. I've just changed devices. Thank you, Kimberly. I got you. So fully saturate the lashes, leave this for 10 minutes. While that's on, so just as a note, while the lashes are processing, you can move to perform a brow tint. Only if you're confident working in the same, working in the same area. It's just a time thing. You don't have to do that, but you can. Once you have done that, what's next, Crystal? So after it's processing, where are we going from there?
Now it's saying prepare the tint, place the amount of product you need into a cup shaped palette.
Okay.
The brow tint diluted with water in a 1-to-1 ratio in the mixing cup to lighten the color.
Perfect.
So after you got a 4-section part, make sure she's clipped correctly as well.
Any more, Crystal?
It just goes on to say have one bottle and combine the tint developer into one application. If kit requires additional of developer to tint, be sure to add it at this time and mix well.
Okay, so once timer has expired, use a damp 4x4 to remove tint from lashes, fan dry, and brush. I would not add any oil or any nourishment to the lashes until after I've done the tint. So if you're doing a lash lift and tint, I would do my lash lift, apply the tint, then apply a nourishment oil. But for just the lash tint, I would fan dry and brush, and then I would apply nourishment oil, growth oil, fan dry, and you are done. Does anybody have any questions on, sorry, go ahead.
There's two things when the applying the tint to the lashes.
Perfect. What is that?
Brush the product from the base of the lashes to the ends.
Perfect. So fully saturate the lashes, and then we'll put a note making sure to apply your product from the base of the natural lash to the tips. Perfect. And you said there was another little tip?
Yes, ask the client if they feel any discomfort and have them flush the eyes with water at the sink if necessary. It is common for the eyes to feel a little greeny after tinting, so rinsing is a good idea to show the application to the client.
Okay. So we're going to make sure the client is comfortable and there's no sensation. So instead of using itching or burning, I'll say sensation, just like, hey, is it any uncomfortable sensation? If they're like, well, what do you mean? Then I'll say itching, burning, stinging, things like that. But I try not to put any ideas in their head. So I'll say sensation. If there is, for any reason, any uncomfortable sensation, instead of sending them to the sink, use your squeeze bottle. I rinse that eye. Just know that you're going to essentially have to start over if you do that. So avoid talking to the client when possible, because that way you don't have to worry about things rolling and moving into the eye. Your tint is going to be a cream consistency. Your tint is going to be a cream consistency, so it shouldn't roll or move. The only way that'll really happen is if you guys are talking and they squeeze their eyes and they're not really paying attention. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Do we want to add on there to comb out the lashes after removing?
I did a fan dry and brush. So okay. Fan dry and brush the lashes. Yeah.
Okay, and that is it.
Perfect. Okay, this is a okay example. I wouldn't lash tint like that because it's not going to give you the clean shape. You want to put it on neatly. You don't want to just lather it on. But you see how that's like a gel consistency? That's not moving. It shouldn't be liquidy. It should be a nice, solid, thick gel. If you did want to apply it like that, that can work, but you would need to make sure that you apply it and then immediately use your Q-tip micro swab lint-free applicator to go sharpen those lines. Because if you don't, that's what it's going to look like, because you're tinting the skin as well. Lash tint will also last anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks. On the hair, on the skin itself, you've got anywhere from 5 to 7 days on the actual skin, depending on how often they exfoliate and clean that area and put any friction on it. The more they clean it, the more they exfoliate, the faster the tint's going to go away. This is a good example of how thick that tint is. See that? It's sitting there. It's not moving. It's a very good line there too. Yay, her. Does anybody have any questions on lash lift and brow tint? I'm sorry, lash and brow tint only. This is no lift. This is only tint.
No, ma'am.
Perfect. Has anybody never done this before? Anybody on the call not done a lash lift, a brow tint and lash tint? I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind.
I've never done it on a person.
Me.
You've never done it on a person? Okay. We actually just ordered some boxes of lash lift and tint and brow lamination. It's a combo box. It should be here in the next couple of weeks, God willing. It comes with the tint, it comes with everything. So when those do come in, I'll shout out an email, be like, hey, we got some new products at the school, come in and try it. And we'll just make a day or two of just doing lash and brow tints, lash lifts, brow tint, the whole shebang. So if you haven't done it on a person, the next couple of weeks when we do get some new product in, just kind of look out for that email so that you can come in and try it. It is pretty fun. I don't have the patience for it. It is a nice service. You can charge anywhere from 75 to 125 bucks, especially if you're doing a lash lift and tint and a brow lamination or a brow tint. I mean, it is good money, but because of the development time and the detail that I have to pay, I don't particularly enjoy it, but it is a nice service for those who have the patience to sit there and wait. Okay, we have brow lifting next. Before we go into brow lifting, it's 4:18. I'm going to give us 15 minutes. We'll do 15 minutes from 4:18 to what is that? 4:45? I don't know. I'm going to do a stopper, a time little thing on YouTube. We'll do 15 minutes. We'll come back. We'll do lash lifting. We're going to do brow lamination and a little bit of brow mapping. And that will pretty much cover those kind of extras. And then from there, we will try to get to service verbiage. We've already done service verbiage. We did that sheet. So all we're going to do for service verbiage is copy and paste the wording into the little sections like we did on our sheet in class. And then we've got a lot of time, so we might be able to get into skin analysis, skincare, product analysis, and performing a consultation all this evening. So I'm going to put a timer for 15 minutes and then I will be back and we'll move on to the next thing. If you have any questions between now and then, you can type them in the chat for me and I'll get to it first thing when we get back. Okay, and we are back. It is, we got the timer for that one. So the next one we are going to do is the step-by-step for the lash lift and lash lift portion of the lash lift intent. I have two options pulled up. You know, we have one version, but this is also a different like step-by-step of it. The reality of the lash lift intent portion is that it's going to go according to the manufacturer's step-by-step anyway. So this is all very general information. So we're going to start with start this service like we start every service and sanitize. And then after sanitizing, we are going to perform the lash bath. Lash bath, lash prep, and that includes fully drying the lashes. In the step 2 that we have on the screen, they're saying mark changing lash growth direction points. So this is for those clients with inner eye lashes that turn, or clients who have natural lashes that are kind of wonky. You're just kind of making a note of that so that you know where you might have to focus more of your attention to actually mold the natural lashes to the gel pad. And then after your lash bath and lash prep, you are then going to tape and or cover the bottom lashes. We can use gel pads, tape only, or the combo, the X method, which is what I prefer. From there, we're gonna make sure the area is completely dry. And then we're going to go into applying the silicone lifting pads to the top line of to the bottom of the lash lid. So apply silicone lifting pads. This is what's creating the curl. This is what is creating the curl. You want to measure this to the client's natural lashes, and you want to chart what size you use. So you don't want the tips of the lashes to go over the pad, but you also don't want the tips to be too low on the pad. So for the person in this image, do you see how the tips come up to kind of mimic the curve, and that tip is sitting right there, and it's not at the end of the pad, but it's also not in the middle of the curve? You want to make sure the client's lashes are long enough and not too short at the too short at the same time. So you want to make sure the client's lashes are going to fit the mold that you choose by testing and combing it up to them. And you also want to make sure that it's not over or too short. Otherwise it won't curl, or it'll curl and have a bend at the tip of them if the lashes are too long. So you want to measure and apply the silicone lifting pads. Before I glue them down, I am going to actually measure them. So apply silicone lifting pads, but before we do the applying, we're going to actually just measure. So let's edit that to say measure the client's natural lash and chart what size you use for the lifting pad. After you've measured and you know what lifting pad you're going to use, you're going to apply the tape to the lash lid. To protect the skin underneath. And then we're going to actually apply / glue the silicone lifting pads to the actual tape as opposed to the skin. So we have measured which one we're going to use and determined if the lashes are long enough or if they're too short for each one. Pick which one we're going to use, chart it, apply the tape to the lash lid to make sure that we're protecting the skin underneath from tint, from the glue, from any solution. And then we're going to apply the silicone lifting pad to that actual tape using the glue provided. Deandra, I think you showed me that. Was it you? I'm almost positive it was Deandra. So shout out to Deandra. She's a winner. Once we've done that, another caveat is make sure the bottom of the lifting pad is flush with the lash line. We'll use this as an example. Do you see how the lash line, it's where the gel pad starts? I mean, the lifting pad. If this lifting pad was up here, for instance, and there was a gap in between the lash line and the lifting pad, you won't get that good curl, that result. It's going to start the curl too late. So you want to make sure that it is right up to the lash line. Can everyone see it here? This is a perfect example. Once you've done that, you're going to comb the lashes onto the silicone shield or silicone lifting pad and isolate them. So you can comb them on with the Y comb. You can comb them on with the lifting tool like showing here. You can comb them on with a mascara wand. You're just placing them onto the shield. The way you're going to do that is section by section. So you're going to apply adhesive to a small controlled section and mold the natural lashes up to the lifting pad. Again, section by section is important. If you put too much glue, the glue is going to stand in the way of the actual perm and it's not going to take. So you want to use just enough in a little corner, mold those natural lashes up to it, go to the next section, mold, next section, mold, next section, mold. For the sake of practicing, I'm going to recommend working one eye at a time. Meaning do each section for both eyes, then move on. So we're going to apply the silicone lifting pad to the right and the left. We're going to apply our natural lashes and glue them to the silicone pad, all for the right eye and then all for the left eye. And then from there, we're going to apply our product and set our timer for both eyes. And then we're going to wipe that off and apply the next product for both eyes. Does that make sense to everyone? I'm gonna assume yes. Everyone's on the same page with me? Perfect. You want to use firm pressure. If you need to hold the silicone pad like she's doing, hold the silicone pad. From there, the next step, the next general step is starting to apply the solutions. So we're going to apply the curling solution. With a lint-free applicator in small sections and leave on according to manufacturer recommendations. So for the product we have at the school now, it's 8, 11, or 13 minutes, I believe, or 8, 10, and 12 or something like that. But it's according to the manufacturer recommendation. So each product and each brand is going to be different. So you're going to apply the curling solution. Some of them in some kits say curling solution, some kits say step 1, some kit is going to say perming solution. According to the actual step-by-step. This is just the general step-by-step, not factoring in what product we're actually using. So we're applying the curling solution with the lint-free applicator in small sections and leaving it on according to the manufacturer recommendations. And then we are going to remove the excess curling solution after time has elapsed with a dry 4x4. No cotton round, no water. Originally, I would use water and just like a lightly damp one, but you get much better results if your cotton round is dry. Your 4x4. I said cotton round, I did not mean cotton round. You get better results if your 4x4 is dry in between each of these steps, and the only liquid you use is the nutrition solution or the oil at the end of the very service. That way you're avoiding contact with water for the first 24 to 48 hours like they recommend. But a 4x4, not cotton rounds, and no water. After you've removed the excess curling solution, after the time has elapsed, you're going to apply the lifting or you're going to apply the next step in the process. Hold on, The next step is typically a lotion of some sort. And you are going to also leave that on, apply it with a lint-free applicator in small sections and leave on according to manufacturer recommendations. Another tip, you can cover the area with plastic wrap for the time that it's processing. If you're going to do that, you need a new piece of plastic for each step. Majority of these products will tell you not to mix the solutions. So one solution goes on and then comes off. The next solution goes on and comes off. So in this case of the original step that you're using, the curling, the perming, the lifting solution, whatever it's called in your kit, notice how you avoid the tips of the lashes. But in the fixing lotion, you can go all the way up through the tips. Does everyone see that difference? I'm going to put that in the notes for this one as a tip. Avoid the tips of the lashes with this solution. And then for this one, saturate all the way up through the tips. You are using a new set of lint-free applicators for each one of these solutions. Does everyone comprehend that? You're using a new lint-free applicator for each one of the solutions. We're avoiding cross-contamination. Free applicator for each section. Okay, and then from there, we've done the fixing lotion. We're going to leave it on according to the manufacturer recommended time. And then we are going to go into the tinting of the lashes. We're going to go into the tinting directly on the silicone pad. And then let's go see steps 2. Lash tinting. After you've done the tinting, you are going to nourish the lashes. According to manufacturer recommendations. I like to use this nourishment to help remove the natural lashes from the silicone pad, as well as removing the silicone pad from the eye. Because you use the tape underneath, it'll be very easy to take that whole thing off. You just want to make sure that the natural lashes are not still glued to the silicone pad. You apply your nourishment and then loosen the lashes from the silicone shield. I would apply it and kind of peel them off like you see in the step 2, as opposed to trying to brush them off. Just use your Y comb or use your, I don't know what it's called. It's not a tweezer, but I guess applicator, the metal applicator, you are going to use that to actually pull them from the silicone pad, trying to avoid irritation to the client. Again, the nourishment will help it come off. You've removed the silicone shields, and then you can finish the process. The finishing step, after you've done the nourishment, is to fan dry the lashes and provide aftercare. With the aftercare, you want to avoid moisture or water or going to the gym or anything like that for 24 to 48 hours so that the lift will take. Does anybody have any questions for lash lift and tint? None?
No.
Everyone here has done a lash lift and tint.
Yes.
Perfect. Everyone here's done a lash lift and tint. What about a skin analysis? Has everyone done a skin analysis?
Yes.
Who has not done a skin analysis? Speak now. Okay, everyone here has done a skin analysis. I'm going to copy and paste the steps onto the paper, and then we'll move on to skincare product skincare product analysis. So I don't believe anyone has done that because we don't have a protocol for it, but essentially I'm going to show you how to analyze a product. Okay, skincare analysis has been moved over. Skin analysis, and now let's talk about performing the skincare product analysis. So who here is uncomfortable with looking at a product, looking at the ingredients, and finding out what it's for, who it's for?
I am.
You're uncomfortable with that process, Kristen?
Slightly, yes.
Slightly, okay. Anybody else?
Me.
Me.
Me too.
Uncomfortable with it, okay. Let's pick
I feel like for our products that we use at the school, I'm comfortable, but I wouldn't know what to do with like another product line, if that makes sense.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. That was Erica, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Erica, what would you do? Even if it's a school product, what would you do if someone said, tell me about vitamin A pumpkin cleanser? How would you go about that process? How would you go about learning about the process, so on and so forth?
So the first thing I would do is pull up the book that you have on my phone, because like that's my little Bible. I always read that. So I can like tell who it's for, what skin types, blah, blah, blah.
Perfect. All right, what would you do from there?
Then I would read through the whole thing just so I can see like who it's for. I would definitely look at, the first thing I look at always is what skin type it's for, and also see what skin type my client has to see if it would even be compatible.
Okay, so I'm glad you said that. Not all product lines and not all products are going to have this type of book for you available. We did that because these are learning products. So I knew you needed to know the skin type, the pH, how to use it, how the client would use it, how to professionally use it, the benefits, the size it comes in, the price, and a description, right? I knew to provide that. But let's say Cetaphil is a product that the client comes in with, and they're like, well, this is the only cleanser that I'm using at home, blah, blah, blah. They bring in the product. You've got the raw information, but it's not set up for you in this format. So what you're going to do is identify the ingredients.
The middle.
Okay, you're going to identify the ingredients, top 3 at the minimum. So the top 3 ingredients for us, we will put in some of the scenarios key ingredients. If it's no key ingredients, we'll do the product ingredients and work our way down the list. We're also going to identify the benefits. Most products will tell you the benefits if you look it up online. If it doesn't tell you the benefits, you're going to have to determine the benefits. We'll have to determine benefits based on ingredients, INGREDIENTS. Okay, so if it doesn't tell you the benefits, you're gonna have to determine the benefits based on the ingredients. Ideally, you'd like to know the pH of the product. Is it acidic or is it alkaline? Why does that matter? For my level 2s, we talked about galvanic and the functions of galvanic last week. Why does it matter if we know if a product has a high pH and or a low pH? Nobody?
Because the skin is slightly acidic.
Yes, because the skin is slightly acidic, and you haven't done this yet. The reason we want to know the pH or if the product is acidic or alkaline is because in order to properly use galvanic, we have to know which function to use it on, either positive or negative. If a product is positive, then we need to use the negative function. So positive is alkaline or acidic, negative, alkaline or acidic. So we have to determine if it's alkaline or acidic, what the pH is, so that if we are going to use it in conjunction with galvanic, that we know which modality that our device needs to be turned to. So identifying the pH of the product. We want to identify how to use it. How to use it, and how often. So if the manufacturer recommends someone using exfoliate twice a week and they're using it 7 times a week, is the problem the product, or could it be used? It could be used. So we have to identify how it's recommended to use and how often it's recommended to use a product. And then we also want to identify ultimately where the product is coming from and what the goal of the product is. So identify overall goal of the product. So what segment of the facial the product will work in. So cleansers are going to be cleansers, right? We know that the point of a cleanser and the cleansing segment is to cleanse the skin. Exfoliators, we know the purpose of exfoliators are to resurface, remove the top layer of dead skin. We know moisturizers are to moisturize. We know serums are to nourish. We know toners are to nourish and balance. We know what segments of the facials exist. So now we have to determine where that product would be used in the segment of the facial so that it's most beneficial. And even when I say segment of a facial, I'm also talking about that aftercare, that home care, right? If a client is using an exfoliator every day, but they're not cleansing, pointless, not helpful. All you're doing is resurfacing the skin, but leaving it dirty and filled with bacteria. Same with a mask. If a client's using a clay mask 6 days a week, and then they're complaining that their skin is dry, improper use. The purpose of this mask is to do this. And if you don't use it properly, 1, if you don't use it at all, it's not going to work. And 2, if you overuse it, it's going to over dry your skin and destroy that acid mantle. So we need to identify the overall goal of the product and what segment of the facial the product works best in. And then identify what skin type it's good for. So identify, because I didn't put that in, identify the best skin type for the product. Okay. So with the school products, a lot of that information is already there for you. Let's look at the daily exfoliating complex. The description says refine and clarify sensitive or delicate skin with this gentle powder exfoliant that is highly suitable for those who cannot tolerate AHAs or more invasive products for regular exfoliation. Blended with water, fine azuleo beads, rice, bamboo, and colloidal oatmeal create a gentle paste which is manually applied to the face and décolleté. Blueberry fruit powder with natural antioxidants and vitamins further enhance the wellness aspect of this treatment. It's ideal for those with rosacea or allergenic skin. This exfoliant will help remove dead skin cells, revealing a new bright canvas without excessive irritation. So right off the bat, what's the best skin type for this product? I want you to think oily, normal, combo, dry. What's the best skin type for that product?
Dry or sensitive?
Dry. Sensitive is not a skin type. So
Well, yeah.
dry, it would be good for dry skin. It would be good for normal skin. It's gentle. It doesn't have a lot of acids in it. Is it going to be good for someone who's overly oily? Is it going to help them?
No.
Not really. It's going to work. It'll exfoliate them, but they're not going to get the benefits. It's not going to be a better suited exfoliator for someone who's oily than the enzyme powder exfoliant that does have an enzyme in it. So it's a chemical and a manual exfoliant. So you're identifying the best skin type within the 4: oily, normal, combo, and dry. Another thing that I didn't put on here, thank you to whoever said sensitive, because identify skin conditions it will be beneficial for. Is helpful as well. So sensitive, acneic or acne, pigmentation, fine lines and wrinkles. Can anybody think of any more skin conditions? Redness, even though sensitive and redness kind of go hand in hand, but let's just say they're just red, not necessarily sensitive. So we'll put redness, and then someone with a lot of allergies. So allergies, we'll put the allergies as the last one. So for the product we're looking at, daily exfoliating complex, what skin conditions would this type of product benefit, or what type of skin conditions will this type of product not exacerbate? So what is it not going to make worse? It's not going to make sensitive skin worse because it's a light, gentle exfoliator. It's not going to make someone who is really, really dry skin. It's not going to make their skin worse. It's a natural antioxidant. It has vitamins and minerals in it. So it's going to work to help, balance that. It has colloidal oatmeal. So someone that experiences redness it's not going to exacerbate that redness. And what else? It's good for hypersensitive, allergic, normal, and dry skin types. Is there any other skin conditions that this would be beneficial for? Anybody think of any? I'll take the silence as no. I don't think so either, just based on what I saw. And then identify how to use it and how often to use it. So again, our protocol books already tell you that. So for client use, they're going to use their hands, apply the powder to a damp hand, typically in the shower. This works best. Add very little water on top of that. So I like to wet my other hand, rub the product together to form a paste, and then apply in an upward motion and rinse. From there, for the client, for the professional use, I'm going to mix this powder 1-to-1 with water. I'm going to whip it into foam and apply it with the fan brush. On top of that, I can also add steam. I can also mix a glycolic acid into this and apply it. I can upgrade that exfoliator in many different ways without it having a negative reaction. Yes. Kristen, yes, we will do brow lamination. I'll do it after this one, actually. Yeah, I'll do it after this one. So identify skin conditions it will benefit from. We've identified the skin type, the overall goal of the product. So this is an exfoliant. So the overall goal of the product is to resurface the skin. In the case of the daily exfoliating complex, it has 2 goals. Exfoliate the skin without excessive irritation. So the intention of this product is different than the intention of an acid like a glycolic that's going to create some irritation it's a chemical and it's going to resurface the skin versus the daily exfoliating complex. It's going to exfoliate the skin without excessive irritation. This is good for someone who's coming in and they're new to you. This is good for someone who's coming in and they have a big event or something coming up and you don't want to risk overworking their skin. This is good for someone who is not into skincare, but they need to consistently exfoliate because you can use it in the shower very easily. And this is good for someone because of the antioxidants and the manual exfoliant that it's gonna provide. The pH of this product is 5.8 to 6.3. So it's a nice, midline product. It's not very acidic. It's not very alkaline. It's going to fall right in between. So with that, you don't have to use a neutralizer after using it because it's not going to take the skin too far or too high or too low from where it normally is, which is the 4.5 to 5.5, I believe. Let me see. Not skin. Okay, there's a pH. So skin pH goals are going to be between a 5 and a 6. So this falls right in between that 5 and that 6. Pure water is a 7. It's considered a neutral. Alkaline products are things like household ammonia, bleach. Acidic products are things like lemon juice. Acids are acidic. They drop the pH of the skin to promote cellular turnover, while neutrals and alkaline products bring it back up to closer to the normal 5 to 6. So a product like this does not need to be neutralized because it's within that range of the normal skin pH. Go back to our documents, and then we've identified pH, how to use it. It does tell us how often. The stronger the product, the less you would use the product. If you haven't, I want you to write this down. I'm going to tell you how much skincare to use per item, but I'm also going to tell you how often to use it. These are variable, right? It's going to change per person and per circumstance, but this is a good general idea. Okay, so we've got cleansers. You want to use about a hazelnut amount. Cleansers are going to remove surface dirt and debris and remove it from the follicle. Makeup, oil, sebum, we're removing that from the skin. You've got moisturizers. You're going to use about 2 raisins worth. I tend to use much more moisturizer than that, but I like dewy, hydrated skin. This is more so for at-home use. For your professional treatment room, you're going to use a little bit more than this, but you want to stay around that range, especially if you're recommending product to the client. This is a good range to keep. For eye cream, you're 1 pine nut per eye. So you're talking about very, very little per eye. I like to use my fingertips, dab it on, and then work it in. For a night cream, you're talking about the size of a blueberry, very small. It's not a lot of night cream. Night cream should be targeted first. So targeted in the areas that we need it. Let's say it's anti-aging. I'm going to target my fine lines and my wrinkles around the eyes, lips, forehead, and then I'm going to work the rest of it in to the rest of the face. Retinols and serums, you're looking about the amount of a pea. Very, very little for retinol and serums. These are low molecule weight products. They're going to penetrate very quickly, very easily. 1 drop, apply it, and then work in the rest, trying to use just the fingertips. Especially with retinol, retinol typically comes in series to build you up from low, medium, and high. That doesn't change the amount you're using. The amount of retinol that you should be using should be very, very low. And when it comes to serums, it should also be low. You can get away with using more serum. I wouldn't try to use excess retinol because it can irritate the skin. I mean, it not even can, that's what it does. Retinol /vitamin A is going to irritate the skin. That's how it's filling in the fine lines and the wrinkles. You've got sunscreen. You want to use a little bit of about a grape size per body part. With sunscreen, I would use enough sunscreen to make sure we've got full coverage. The myth of sunscreen is I can put it on once and be done. Sunscreen, the SPF is a range of time. That strength and a range of time that it's going to be effective for you. So you should be applying sunscreen thoroughly and throughout the day to each area of your body, even areas that aren't necessarily exposed to the sun. They have body sunscreen, they have face sunscreen, they have spray sunscreen, they have broad spectrum sunscreens. There is a whole world of sunscreens, but at minimum in your skincare, you should be using about a grape size per area of the face. I also mix my sunscreen and my moisturizer 1-to-1 and apply. So that way I'm getting plenty of moisturizer and plenty of sunscreen, and it's covering the full face. We're not going to do shampoo, conditioner, or serum and oils because that's for hair, styling cream, hair, wax, pomades, all for hair. So for your products, let's go to another one. There's another example of the sizes that you want to use for those products. What we didn't cover was mask and exfoliant. We didn't cover eye cream. So eye cream, you're going to use about the same amount of eye cream as you do serum, maybe a little less depending on what it is you're treating and what type of eye cream you've got. For the exfoliant, you're going to use about a dime-sized amount. I would say a little less than the moisturizer, depending on the type of exfoliant. So if it's a granular exfoliant, I typically like to get my bottle that I'm going to mix it in and do a thin layer on the bottom, add a little water and mix. If I need more, I can add more exfoliator. Remember, you can never put the products back in the jar. You can always add more. And then for mask, you want to use a dime to a quarter size amount. I'd start with a quarter and apply it to the face, make sure it's really thoroughly covered. And then if I need more, use my spatula, get more onto the back of my hand, apply to where it is fully saturated on the skin. So products, this is about a range of how many you want to use. If you didn't write that down, when the recording does come out, write that down. It's good to know about how much you should be using. Remember, less is always more. You can get more, you can't put it back. Back to the step-by-step. So we've identified the benefits. So the benefits of this one is that it is good for sensitive and delicate skin. It's got antioxidants, no AHAs or BHAs. It's got colloidal oatmeal. It's got antioxidants and vitamins. It will exfoliate without excessive irritation. We've identified the pH. It is within the range of our skin, so it is not needing to be neutralized before or after use. We learned that we can use it because it's so gentle, we can use it daily. Ideally for each client, an oily client, I would recommend 3 times a week exfoliating. For a dry client, once a week. For a normal client, twice a week. For a combo client, I would do twice a week, and then a third time for an oily area if need be. So depending on the skin type, I'm going to make the necessary adjustments. We've identified how to use, how often. Overall goal of the product, exfoliate without irritation. The best skin type is going to be normal and dry. The best skin conditions that'll benefit and not be irritated are going to be sensitive for this particular product. Someone with rosacea can use this particular product. Someone who gets red easy or has an allergy to acid can use this product. This product is very light, so there's nothing that it would exacerbate, so it's not going to make anything worse. But I also know that it's not, because of its light nature, it's not going to be as beneficial for someone with oily or irritated skin. I mean, oily or acneic skin. It's not going to do the work for that. So those are the questions that I would answer to identify a product and figure out who it's going to work for and how I would work with that product in my treatment room. Does anybody have any questions on that process?
No.
Does anybody do anything differently? Anybody ask any different questions or look up their product in a different way?
I have a question. Do you know those silicone pads that you can get to wash your face? Is that considered exfoliating? That could be a really dumb question, but I've always wondered.
It is considered exfoliating because it's a manual exfoliator. Even though it's plastic, you're still manually working the skin, and it's promoting cellular turnover. So absolutely.
Okay, I was just curious. Okay, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. And I recommend for clients who are oily in nature, if they are going to use those, or if you're going to use them in your treatment room, they need to be sterilizing them after each use. And they need to be stored in a closed container. Like if I had it on my bathroom vanity, it'd be in something closed like this, and I would put it away fully dry. Those things can harbor bacteria like no one's business. So it can work against you.
Oh, okay, that's good. I didn't know that. I store mine openly, so
Yeah, I would store it dry and closed, just like your razor.
Okay,
You want to leave it out open and wet.
Okay, great.
A thing that I didn't mention was, let's just say none of that stuff existed. So this book has all of that information. Let's say you look up a product and all you have is the ingredients list. What we'll do is I go to the good old Google and I look up each of the ingredients. Sativa. This is a rice powder, and I still spelled it wrong. Lord, I'm looking at it. In skincare, some of these can be food. So this is a type of rice. It's a plant. So I'm going to put in skincare because it'll help me. So Orzo sativa, let's pronounce it.
Oryza sativa.
Oryza sativa is a type of plant. In skincare, it is a rice bran extract. It is a plant ingredient used in cosmetic to condition and soften the skin. It's also a chelating agent, meaning it prevents minerals in water from causing undesired reactions. The bran is the brown outer layer of the rice kernel. So that's now what I know about Oryza sativa. Chelating agent, I have no idea what that is. So I'm going to go right here. A chemical compound that binds tightly to metal ions. In medicine, chelating agents are used to remove toxic metals from the body. So let's do in skincare. Chelating agents are any of numerous ingredients that bind with metal ions or metallic compounds, preventing them from adhering to a surface, such as skin, hair, or clothing, or causing contamination, such as in the case of trace amounts of iron. So if there are metal ions or metallic compounds in your water that you're using, so you're not using distilled water to do your skincare, right? The chelating agent in the sativa or Orzo, that I believe that's how we say it. Let's go back to it and play it again. That is going to prevent those harsh metals from actually adhering to the skin. That's what that does in the product. So we know the rice brand is a skin softener. It's a plant extract, and it's going to condition and soften the skin. It's also a chelating agent, so it'll prevent minerals and metals in water from causing undesired reactions when it is used on the skin. So just based on that one ingredient, I know this is something that's designed for someone who has dry skin, and I know this is designed for someone who has sensitive or skin that irritates easily. Okay, and then I'm gonna do the next product. Solonium tuberosum, definitely not how you say that. Again, pronounce, type in the word, allow it, play it for yourself, and listen to the pronunciation. Listen, you're not going to be a scientist, so no one's expecting you to be able to pronounce each of these words and know them from memory. It's not the reality. You just need to know how to find the information. So let's do the next one. Solanum. Solanum. BEROSUM. potato. I'm a potato. Okay, and skincare. Let's just go ahead and do the pronunciation, see if I was even close. I doubt it.
In English, it is said as Solanum tuberosum.
Not close. Solanium tuberosum. We know that is also a food. It is a potato. So Solanium tuberosum juice, it acts as an anti-aging and anti-wrinkle, which decreases glow. That's not right. Extract cones, potato starch. There we go. Let's try that. Thank you, Paula's choice. Selenium tuberosum extract is more commonly known as potato starch. It's used as a thickening agent and texture enhancer in cosmetics. This is what's giving the product that rice powder feel. It is a good skincare ingredient. It's hydrating and it is a humectant. So just like we did for the chelating agent, let's find out what a humectant is. A humectant is a product or an ingredient that helps retain or preserve moisture. So when you find humectants in your skincare, they're there to help retain and hold on to moisture. So this product, the enzyme powder exfoliant with the Arosa sativa rice starch, is going to soften the skin and hydrate the skin. And then you have the Selenium tuberosum, which is a potato starch, and it is going to work to maintain hydration in the skin. It says here it's biodegradable. No, that's not what I need. I'm on the wrong page. Paula's choice. There we go. And it's used as a thickening agent and it creates texture in cosmetics. So it's a humectant, so it's good for moisture in the skin, but the primary focus of that ingredient is the thickening agent, which is making it foam, making that powder actually foam up, and texture enhancer. So that's not necessarily benefiting the skin. And then I would do the next one and the next one and the next one until I can confidently understand who this product would be for, because not all products you come across are going to have the resources available to you like that, like the way we have it in the book. So let's do papain as our last one. Papain, also known as papaya enzyme, is anti-inflammatory and antibacterial. So this product says it's good for dry, sensitive, highly sensitive, and all skin types. One of the main ingredients, because it's up here in our top 3 to 5. So one of the main ingredients is papain or papaya enzyme. It is a powerhouse of nutrients that possesses umpteen benefits for our skin, hair, and entire bodies in general. It is already emerging as an essential ingredient in the array of skincare products that are infused with the concoction of fruit extracts, and it's mostly enzyme papain. So enzymes work on the skin to go in and eat the dead skin cells. They kind of work like Pac-Man. Papaya or papain is a superfood that is rich in magnesium, potassium, minerals, and vitamins like A, B, and C, which can together contribute to its highly effective, high efficacy and benefits. Furthermore, the papain enzyme or papain is a prophylactic enzyme that helps in the breakdown of skin protein to help rid our skin of dead and damaged skin cells. So the papaya or the papain is what is causing the exfoliation. So it is a prophylactic, it's a superfood, it's rich in vitamins and minerals. It does contain vitamin A. So if someone has an allergy or a sensitivity to vitamin A, this may cause a reaction. So if I've got a client in front of me and they are sensitive, but I'm not sure how sensitive, I might choose the daily exfoliator over the enzyme powder, because the enzyme powder I know has the papain. Actually, the daily has the papain as well. So both of them are going to have the papain. You can go with either one if you know you have a highly sensitive client. But that's what's doing the exfoliation. And it says here this ingredient is anti-inflammatory, so it's unlikely to cause inflammation unless there's an allergy. It's bacterial, so it's going to be beneficial for someone who does have acne. Not excess acne, but if they've got some acne lesions, and it's going to help prevent breakouts and nourish the skin as well. So you've got most products will have some type of layout with the general benefits, ingredients, skin types it's good for, how to use it. When it doesn't, and all you have is a list of ingredients, your job is to look up those ingredients and understand what the ingredients do. Once you're able to do that, then you're able to deduct what product is good for what skin type, what skin condition, and where you're going to use it in the treatment. Does that make sense to everyone? Everybody on the same page? We comfortable with this? Everybody ready to go out there and start researching more products?
I have one question.
Okay.
How would we determine the pH of a product if we only had ingredients?
Are going to tell you. If they don't tell you the pH of the product, you won't know.
Oh,
You
okay.
won't. The company who makes the products that we use, majority of them do include the pH, and that's why it's in the book. Not all manufacturers will provide that information. The only time the pH alone will make a difference is if you are using it in conjunction with galvanic, because you need to know if the product is acidic or alkaline in order to use the correct function. What's my girl's name? I talked to you last week. Why I can't think of your name, but I want to ask you in particular. So hold on, let me find it. Victoria. Victoria still there?
I think she might have left.
She's gone.
I think so.
Okay.
I don't see her in the things anymore.
Okay, that's all right. So what I was going to ask her is, why do we need to know the pH of the product for the galvanic? Just like I said earlier, the galvanic requires the opposite polarity to push the product into the skin. So if a product is acidic or alkaline, it's going to make a difference. So let's just look up the pH of the skin again. All right, the skin is slightly acidic to neutral. If a product is acidic, you are going to use a alkaline reaction. If the product is alkaline, you are going to use the acidic function. So let's pull it up. Alkaline. If you're unsure if this isn't something that you're going to remember, whether something's positive or negative or alkaline or acidic, you can look up the difference. I just typed it in, which is positive, which is negative. Is alkaline positive or negative? So during ionization, an electrical current runs through the water and separates the acidic molecules, which have a negative charge, from the alkaline molecules, which have a positive charge. So negatively charged products are going to be products that are acidic. Positively charged products are going to be products that are alkaline. So if you know the pH, you can determine if the product is negative acidic or positive alkaline. Once you know that, when you introduce galvanic, you know to use the negative polarity to actually allow that product to penetrate deeper into the skin. So those of you that were with me in Perfect, Cheyenne, no worries at all. Those of you that were with me in facility in Waco last week, we went over that. For those of you that haven't done it, when that comes back up for galvanic, I believe in week like 6 or 7, you'll get an opportunity to dive in deeper into that. Any more questions on how to identify product and ingredients, how to make those educated decisions as far as what you're using and on who? Perfect. Cheyenne had to step away to go grab her charger. That was just a minute ago. So we'll give her a second to do that. Cheyenne, when you get back, just let me know and we will move on to the brow lamination because that's what the girls want. That's what the girls want. Hold on one second. I'm going to mute myself, y'all. Thank you, Cheyenne. Welcome back. All right, we're gonna move on to our last one for today, which is brow lamination. Oh. Hi. And we're gonna pull that from the course itself. So give me a little bit of time and I'm gonna pull that from the actual course. Matter of fact, I'm gonna clean off my screen. So I'm gonna stop the share for 5 minutes. We still got a little bit of time and then I wanna pull it up and that way I'm ready. We can transcribe it over to the actual sheet and then I'll come back. We'll get started on that one. We'll recap and then we will prepare for what's coming next time we do this. So hold on. Okay, let me reshare my screen. I was able to locate the exact step-by-step that we have for the product that we have at the school. So for performing the brow lamination, of course, with the tint section of the lamination, you would reference the actual tint. So step-by-step application procedure, it lists what is needed for the actual service and then the tinting and the shaping service. Oh, let's go back. All right, so first thing that we're gonna do, like all of the services, sanitize. Our room, our station, all of those things will be prepped. So the next step that we're going to do is clean the client's eyebrows. So not a lash bath, but we're gonna clean the eyebrows in the area around it. So clean brows and area around them. We're gonna then clean the area with just water on a cotton round. So we're gonna clean it with the lash shampoo. And then we're gonna clean the area with just water. With a cotton round or a 4x4. And then from there, we're gonna make sure the eyebrows are dry from the cleaning. So we are going to fan dry the eyebrows. After that, we're gonna use a mascara spoolie to brush the client's eyebrows into the desired look. So the lamination is designed to affix the brows in the position that you want them to be in. So depending on what kind of brows they're looking for, that's the angle that you're gonna go for. The 45-degree upward is kind of natural shape, but you also have the wolf brows, which are straight up, and you can also accommodate the client's natural shape and set them in that shape. The lamination is good to use before the tinting to just make sure that the client's brows are colored and set in the shape that they want them. So we're using the spoolie to brush the client's brow hair into the direction wanted. Let's say desired. Usually a 45-degree angle. And then from there, we're gonna set a timer for 7 to 10 minutes. And with the dabbing motion, apply the lift solution to the brow hairs using a clean micro brush, trying to avoid getting the solution onto the skin. So this is just focused on the hair itself. You can apply a barrier depending on the direction that you're going to shape the hair. So if you are following natural brow shape, use occlusive barrier to, oh, that's not how you spell barrier. Barrier to protect client's skin, and still wrong. There we go. Protect the client's skin. If performing brow lamination for wolf brows are straight up, avoid a barrier. So if you're using If you're gonna do like a wolf brow or straight up, I would avoid a barrier and focus my application on just the hair. But if you're using their natural shape, go ahead and affix the shape, make the shape, and then barrier it, and then do the lamination lifting solution. So our next step is set timer for 7 to 10 minutes, or according to manufacturer recommendations. While that's sitting, while the timer is going, dab the lift solution to the brow hair using a micro brush. You want to avoid mixing lifting solution and then other solutions together. Please note the time may be adjusted based on the softness or hardness of the customer's brow. They're talking about the hair itself. So not hardness, but more so the coarseness of the hair. I'm going to put it in here how they have it, because we're following the manufacturer recommendations. But when they say hardness, they're saying how coarse the hair is. The coarser the hair, the more time they're going to need. You may keep the solution only for 5 minutes if you feel the client's brows are really soft. So if they have thin hair, 5 minutes is enough time for the process, but between 7 and 10 is ideal. 10 for the coarser the hair, closer to 5 if they have very soft Donny hair. Also note that some lamination products come with glue. However, we don't provide it and don't recommend applying the glue, as it may create a blockage to the solution that will prevent it from working well. If your client wants a shape that is not a natural shape to them, I would recommend using glue, because you want to set that shape before you do the product. Just like you did with the lash lift and tint, remember, small section, thin layer of glue, affix the hair to the section. Do the same thing. Small, thin layers, just enough glue to get it to stick. If you use too much glue, like it says, you will block it from actually working. So now that the first product, the lifting solution, is applied, we're going to cover the brows with saran wrap, making sure we're not covering the actual eyes. If you notice, the bottom lashes are not gelled down. You don't have to do the gel down. Tape down. You don't have to tape down the bottom lashes. You can, but you do not have to. If I'm doing a brow lamination for someone, I'm going to go ahead and do a tint for the eyelashes and a tint for the brows. I'm going to try to upgrade them to as many of those services as I absolutely can to make my life better. From there, we have asking the client if anything is burning. I don't recommend using burning. I would just say if there's any negative sensation, any, irritation, let me know. But you can say burning. Just, you're essentially asking the client on a scale of 1 to 10 if they're having any negative reactions, if they feel any pain. If they do, on a scale of 1 to 10. If it's above a 5, we're going to remove. If they're being dramatic and jumping off the table, take it off. After you've done that, you're going to remove the saran wrap and clean the solution off with a dry Q-tip or dry cotton round, following the growth of the hair. So once we have allowed it to set, we're going to remove the saran wrap that was on the lashes. We're going to clean that solution off with a dry Q-tip or dry cotton round. Just like the lash lift and tint, we are avoiding water like the plague. From there, we're going to set another set of timer for this time, still 7 to 10 minutes, depending on the coarseness of the client's hair. But this time we'll be applying the fixation solution. I am going off the protocol for the product that we actually have in facility. So that's why we're copying it directly. Once we get and test the new product, if we like it and we're going to continue to use that one, I will update this to match exactly you know, that product. But until then, this is the product that we order. So this is the product that we're going to go with. After that timer, you're going to cover the eyes again with saran, the brows again, not the eyes, with saran wrap, avoiding the eyes. And then we're going to remove the saran wrap and clean the solution off with a dry Q-tip or dry cotton round following the hair growth direction. Now it's saying hair growth direction, but I'm going to put a caveat that you don't want it to go in the direction of the hair growth. You want it to go in the direction that you are trying to get it to stick to. Does that make sense? Okay, and then if you're only doing lamination without tinting, you can apply the nutrition solution at this point to the entire brow using another disposable mascara brush. If you're tinting, the nutrition solution should be done after the tinting. Instruct the client to not wash or remove the nutrition for 24 hours, just so that it has an opportunity to actually process fully. If it irritates them at all, or if they are starting to have a reaction, the first thing they're going to do is remove it with the water. And then if it continues to be reacting to the perm, then you are going to have them come in if you're still open. If they're not still open, I would have them continue to do the middle school science rinse until it's no longer reacting. If they cannot stop their reaction on their own, then they need to go to a physician, emergency room, urgent care. This is a chemical, this is a perm. So like it says here, you can cause a chemical burn. So you want to make sure that, you know, the client is aware that if they are still reacting after the, you know, water, after cleaning them thoroughly, then they need to go see a physician sooner rather than later. And that is the brow lamination. Does anybody have any questions on brow lamination?
No.
No question on brow lamination? Okay, so as a recap, we got through quite a bit. We've still got all the advanced facials to do, and the waxing, the chemical peels, the state board, and then that's it. That's not bad. So we're about halfway done. We were able to do the full basic facial, all the segments of a basic facial, review the steamer, the hot towel cabbie, and the woods lamp. We were able to go through the application process of classic lashes. We were able to go to pre-service, post-service, end of day. We were able to do lash removal, both full removal and peel, pinch and pull. We did extractions. We did lash and brow tinting, lash laminating and brow laminating, lash lifting, and we copied and pasted the skin analysis over. Everyone is comfortable with that one. We've done the performing the skincare product analysis, so everyone has gone through how to perform a product analysis. And I will move over the service we'll do the service verbiage. Let me highlight these because then I know that way we know exactly what we're going to do on Monday. So service verbiage. I don't like that color. Let's make them yellow. We're going to do service verbiage next. Knock out brow mapping. Performing the consultation. So this is pre-service. So this is not the skin analysis. This is a legit consultation. Selling and upgrading. And if God will allow, all of the advanced topics and treatments. So let me highlight all of these yellow. Okay, yeah, we should be able to get through all of the topics and treatments in a full day on Monday. if I can do. I'll check. If I can't do Monday, I might do either Thursday or Friday of this week or Wednesday of next week. I think I'm going to be in and out throughout the day on Monday, so I'm not going to commit to Monday just yet. You will get another email letting you know the exact day and time. I am going to keep recording, and I'm going to edit the videos that we've done today. I'm going to edit them out as individuals, so it's not one long recording. And I am going to post them and send out a link with all of them. Help me consider, please consider doing more. Selena, I will absolutely be doing more. I promise. We're going to go through every service that you learned in school, every one of them. I promise. Just like this, writing them out so that for the rest of this week, you can practice the ones that you've written out so that now, okay, you have a better understanding. Next week, we're going to go through as many of the yellow as I can get. My goal is to get all of these advanced facials done next week. If I can do Friday, I'll do Friday. If I can't do Friday, it'll be Friday of this week or Monday of next week. And we'll do all of the advanced facials. And then after that, we'll go into signature massage, bottom lashes, volume application. So making fans with the pinch and with the wiggle, as well as regular fans and easy fans and application of fans. We'll do waxing for the full face, body, Brazilian, and bikini. We'll go through chemical peel, basic makeup, and state board. So 2 more sessions, and we should be able to get through all of them. But if we need to slow it down, we'll slow it down. If you think of questions in the meantime, and working full-time Friday will be amazing. Okay. Can you tell us what the eyebrow lamination product is called? Yes, I can show you. If Fridays are better for everyone that's here now, please let me know. I have no problem doing Friday. I think Friday might actually work better for me based on my schedule this coming week. But if Friday works for you, just email me in classroom to say Friday would be excellent. Bruh, please. Okay, I guess I don't have it on the Amazon open. I'll find it. Hold on. So we'll do it again because we're going to go through all of them. I promise we're going to walk through every single one of these skills. I'm going to upgrade the protocol pages. So everything that I wrote down, we're going to have Jasa, because she's our organized person. She's going to clean it all up when she comes in tomorrow. As they get cleaned up and beautified, I'll make a single PDF with every last one of them, and I'll put it in your link tree. So you'll have that. You'll have the video recap of us talking about each one of them as its own little video. And then not next week, but the week after, I will be making official demo videos of actually performing. You work all day, Sasha. Okay. So we'll make it work. If we have to do it in 2 sessions, we'll do it in 2 sessions. But I will be making official 100% quality. This is how you do the service according to the protocol from step 1 to step 100 for each of the services. So then you'll also have that video as a reference for those who aren't in facility as often as everyone else. So that way the entire school, both campuses, have the exact same process. It's a uniform service. Everybody is comfortable practicing it. Let me go to the Amazon while I'm rattling. I'm going to stop the recording here.